Morning, my name is Ulrik Syse. I'm the Norwegian Ambassador to Ukraine. I would like to thank you all for coming to this Synergy conference. We have, from the side of the Norwegian Embassy, tried to invite all our partners in Ukraine and Norway, meaning those who receive grants and support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Embassy, to come together and to see if we can find synergies. You will perhaps expect that we have a full overview of everyone that we work with and that they all know each other. This is not the case. Even if Norway is a small country and we have a tight-knit community with our Ukrainian partners, we every day experience in the embassy that we have people who come into us with ideas or let's say thoughts about synergies, and we need to see, well, you should talk to this or that person. So that's why we have decided to bring you all together, and I'm very happy that you could all make it on this December morning. We are so fortunate to have with us honored guest today, Dmytro Shymkiv from the National Reform Council. We also have Deputy Director General from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Oslo, Ulrik Syse, and of course all of you distinguished guests and partners who are here today. I'm not going to run the show. I'm going to hand the microphone over to my predecessor and colleague, Olav Berstad, former ambassador to Ukraine, now senior advisor for energy questions in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and one of our most active colleagues in working with Ukrainian affairs. We will be talking together through this morning and afternoon. We'll see each other also on lunch and dinner today, so there will be plenty of opportunities just to mingle and find new friends and partners. But obviously we will also hear, not all of you, but many of you in panels throughout the day discussing issues of common interest and, most important of all, issues of interest for Ukraine and Norway. So thank you for coming. Olav.
Thank you very much, Jon, and welcome everybody. I just need to say at the start, there may be quite a few people here in this room. In case something happens, have a look at the evacuation plan and leave the room in an orderly way, and everything will be okay. So I will move you or walk you through the program today. I will not say anything here, but I will try to moderate, of course, the discussion with the panels and the sections. It's a great honor then, first I want to give the microphone and the floor to Ulrik Syse, the Deputy Director General of the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Christian.
Thank you, Olav. Dmytro. Jo. The guests. Can everyone hear me? Very good. I take that as a compliment to start with. Seemingly, Ukraine is far away from my country. That has not always been conceived that way. The Vikings of Norway and Sweden, they came down here already in the 800s to what they called Garda or Gardariket. What is present-day Ukraine and parts of Russia? They established cities, great cities. Holmgarder, today Novgorod, and Königarder, this city, Kyiv. Norwegian kings spent time here, and most famous of them was Olav Haraldsson, Saint Olaf, arriving in Kyivskaya Rus in 1028 under the protection of Yaroslav I. The later cult surrounding Saint Olaf was widespread also in the Orthodox community. Our meeting here today is to discuss an important topic, not of the past, but of the present. How we can maximize the effect of our support to Ukraine, to make the most of every krona or hryvnia. The money we spend come from Norwegian taxpayers, and we owe it to them, I owe it to them, I suppose, to make sure that these funds are spent as wisely as possible. Thank you all for organizing this fantastic event. We have a packed audience here, and we welcome senior Ukrainians to our table as well. My country and my government has made a choice to support Ukraine. It's a principled stance. We cannot accept the violations of international law that have been committed in Ukraine. We seek to support Ukraine, not out of kindness alone. We want only the best for Ukraine. But we also realize that it is in our own, Norway's and Europe's best interest that Ukraine succeeds with its transformation and becomes a country where its citizens can realize their aspirations and potential. The people of Ukraine have made a clear choice, vividly expressed through the Maidan movement and subsequently confirmed through democratic elections. The people of Ukraine want to live in a modern, functioning European state. This is in my country's interest as well. A well-functioning Ukraine would be a factor for stability and security in Europe. And, conversely, the destabilization of Ukraine would have direct adverse consequences for the rest of Europe. There is also a great potential for economic development in Ukraine, creating economic benefits. As at the core of what Ukrainian people itself consider to be a precondition for the future. That is why we attach such importance to the fight against corruption. I'm sorry, there we are. Well, that is why we attach such importance to the fight against corruption, which undermines institutions and exacerbates inequality. A Europe with a strong and prosperous and secure Ukraine will be a stronger, more prosperous and more secure Europe. That is our vision. To succeed, Europe must undertake demanding and at times painful reforms. You now achieve in a couple of years what others have taken decades to achieve. My government support, on the margin, is meant to contribute to these reform efforts. The budget support, for example, was meant to be an incentive for reform. It could only be dispersed once the Ukrainian government had fulfilled all the requirements of the IMF and the World Bank programs. You may call it a reform bonus. We finally dispersed our support when the World Bank board approved Ukraine's progress last summer. This process, while painful, proves that it works. The macroeconomic situation is now better than a year ago, our compliments, and the economy is forecast to return to growth as of next year. This is because of the policies that have been implemented by the Ukrainian government. Clear targets, sought by international partners such as Norway and others, help, hopefully, to achieve progress. Reforms in other sectors will be just as demanding. Today, we will discuss the three sectors on which Norway has decided to focus our efforts. One, the rule of law and justice sector reform. My colleague Tony is here and others. Energy sector reform, and trade facilitation through adaptation to European standards. These sectors have been identified because we believe they're important to Ukraine's reforms, and because we believe Norway is capable of contributing in these fields. This does not mean that education, healthcare, roads and railways are not important, but we have chosen three areas where we hopefully can contribute to create tangible results. The meeting and discussions today are highlighting our common efforts. We will learn about the work of each other, so that you can link up, share experience, cooperate, to overcome concrete challenges, and together achieve better results. That is the ultimate goal, better results. The presence here today of Dmytro Shymkiv of the presidential administration is a sign of the importance that Ukrainian side attaches to these efforts and to our efforts. This is a common endeavor. My government cannot make Ukraine succeed, or the Ukrainians can make that happen. But we can support your efforts. And I hope together today will prove a useful event in making sure our efforts and support is sufficient and effective as possible. I come from Oslo. The founder of that capital city was Harald Hardrader, King of Norway of the 11th century. He spent his childhood days not in Norway, but in Kyiv, in Kyiv. he eventually went on to marry Yaroslav I's daughter, Elisabetta. Indeed, we have bonds going way back. Thank you. Thank you for being invited, Jon. I will see to it, to the best of my abilities, that these efforts are being followed up at home. And I wish you good luck with the day. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Christian. Then it's my great honor to welcome Dmytro Shymkiv and from the Presidential Administration and Reform Board of Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Christopher already made a good introduction in the historical background of relationship between our countries, and I think they will only scale. I have a long relationship back through my own history with Scandinavia, and I think that there's a lot of learnings that Ukraine can get from Scandinavia and Norway particularly. From energy efficiency, from e-government, from efficiency of the government, from rule of law, from investments, global trade participation. There's many learnings that we can have. In my introductory speech, I would like to give a small overview where we are with the reform agenda, and particularly on the National Reform Council. National Reform Council was established as a platform where we got a president, prime minister with the cabinet, speaker of the parliament was the head of the committees, and leaders of the fraction of coalition, with the civil society at one table. And the key idea was to have a tough discussion with no media, particularly diving in on the very crucial topics and complex ones. I'll just give you an example. Yesterday was a meeting dedicated to tax reform. And it was a 3-hour meeting, which nobody noticed that it was a 3-hour. There was a very deep conversation going down to the every bits and pieces, finding a consensus in the society. And I think this is something that I've learned from Scandinavia and Norway, that consensus in society, when we are moving forward in democratic society, is very critical for the success of the reforms. For any changes, it's absolutely critical to reach a consensus and to move forward. And yesterday, and it's another example because yesterday's meeting was 16th during 1 year. Probably we're one of the few institutions or organization or group institutions, let's put it this way. National Reform Council was meeting on a regular basis with many decisions. We touched rule of law, tax reform, decentralization, healthcare, education, and much more. It was a very clear set of decisions which are touching laws, which is related to the parliament, touching decrees and execution, this goes to the government, and engagement of the society in order to move forward with a lot of agendas. We also launched a monitoring framework which enables us to monitor the decisions and the key reforms. We have, as you know, during the as a National Reform Council, we are monitoring and working with 18 reforms. Thanks to EBRD, we established a project management office where we have a dedicated people working with every particular ministry or group which is taking care of particular reform agenda. We published a 9-month report where we outlined the progress of the reform, which reforms are going according to the plan, and we used 5 key documents for identifying the tasks to be completed. First, it's association agreement with EU. It's Strategy 2020, vision for the country from the President. It's program of the Cabinet of Ministers. It's memorandum with IMF, and certainly coalition agreement of the parliamentarian in the parliament. And this being a foundation, because all of them list a lot of tasks to be completed, we structured that and we've been monitoring the progress of the reforms. In many areas, the plans are fulfilled. There are some areas where we are significantly behind the plan, and it's particularly related to public administration reform and health care. At the same time, what we clearly understood that monitoring just the plans is not enough. We need to go further and see what people think about this. And in the report, we are cooperating with TNS Group, which helps us, and we already have completed a third wave of the survey, where we can clearly see where people see a progress on the reforms, where they don't see progress of reforms, and that relates to our communication. And that's particularly area which I would encourage people in today's conference to discuss how we communicate and engage, not just do reforms and do some laws and do some changes, but actually how we engage citizens into the whole process. When we look at the results that we had, there's 3 reforms that are completely sticking out. Was the recognition, the first one, 60% of the society seeing changes, and this is military reform, military and security. Why? Because people have been actively participating. They actually seen the change themselves. They've been fully engaged in this. The second one is promotion of Ukraine globally, and this conference today is great indication that it's truly taking place and moving forward. And because people have seen it, they've seen engagement of the president, prime minister, ministries, deputies, involvement of the foreign governments, helping Ukraine, and big Ukrainian coalition taking into account the aggression from Russia. Third one is law enforcement reform. And this represents around 40% of people seeing change. And this is thanks again to the police on the streets, which people can take selfies and see and trust. We also have cases where people calling Ukrainian police when other law enforcement agency sometimes not fulfilling correctly their legal obligations. And this is a question about the trust. The areas which represent the second wave of where recognition takes place, it's education, decentralization, deregulation. A lot of talk's been done. A lot of work has been done, and I encourage everybody, you can go to Reforms in UA and download the electronic version of the report where you can outline the very details of their progress that's been done. At the same time, the 2 big areas which are standing behind, and I think that rule of law is very good. I think that, thank you very much for identifying it as a first topic for critical discussion. This is related to anti-corruption and judicial reform. Ukrainian government and reform teams been focusing a lot on establishing institutions, and we finally have all institutions in place, and we're looking forward that they will start performing investigations. But when we're talking about anti-corruption, one area which has been very much behind, it's about prevention. It's good to fight consequences of the corrupted practices, and do investigation, get the trial, put the people behind the bars. Yes, that's nobody crossing this out. This is one of the topest priority. But the prevention mechanism where we can explain to people and engage in people what does it mean not paying bribes. I like to take the story, and I've told this many times, but I would like to repeat it. When I was first appointed by the president, and I was invited to the big gathering of the civil society, where there was 400 people present in the audience. And I asked one simple question: how many people in the audience know the limit that civil servants can receive as a gift? And the problem was that when I'm speaking to international community or community of the international businesses, everybody knows. When I'm talking to Ukrainian civil society and a general big Ukrainian audience, people do not know. And that raises the questions of what is the gift, what's the conflict of interest. Even at the national big conference that we organized about anti-corruption international conference, I made a very clear statement. Even the word compliance does not exist in Ukrainian language. So I think that one of the tasks for us in the next year would be talking much more and engagement society much more in understanding what does it mean not participate in the corrupted practices. Which practices are corruption, and which practices are not. And when we look today at the European Union and many countries, including Norway, there is a very thick book called ethics books. And there is a lot of training that all civil servants and a lot of people go through. In Ukraine, that doesn't happen. Somebody think it's come from the sky? That doesn't happen. People do not know. And I can tell it because I had a lot of discussions with senior officials and senior executives, and many people tried just to probe and test that point. And it's interesting that somehow people think that flying private jet is saving state money. Or having a dinner at somebody else's expense is not corruption. Surprise, surprise, globally, that's all these cases are corrupted practices or risk of corruption. And I think that the Ukrainian establishment and Ukrainian politicians and people who need to start understanding the global principles of the corrupted practices and not only talk about it, but they actually be the leaders in executing them. So this is one big piece of the rule of law. The second piece of rule of law is judicial changes. And the president submitted the constitutional changes to the judicial reform. Our biggest challenge is, of course, is how we go through the process of reassessing judges and bringing completely new judges to the power, understanding the regular advisory we receive from Venice Commission. And there's a huge expectation from Ukrainian citizens and including politicians that we can quickly change things. But the reality is that we need also to understand the limitation that exists with Ukrainian and European laws, where people can apply later to get them reinstated. So this is a big challenge, but the commitment that the government and the president have to this particular area is extremely high. A lot of our actions that we listed in the reform agenda are actually midterm. Many things being completed, but the results we will see in the midterm perspective. What we're lacking is a quick wins. And I also would like, when today's discussion will take place, and my advisory or request, if we would be able to have during discussion to focus on what could be the potential quick wins for the government, for Ukrainian citizens. Because we tend to usually to look long-term horizon and midterm, and the quick wins is something people would like to see. Military, promotion of Ukraine, and police is actually quick wins that we observe into that. So with this, I would like to thank you very much for having me here, for having this event. I would like to thank Norwegian government for support. Without the support that Norwegian government doing for the civil society, for a lot of projects that are taking place today in Ukraine, many things would not be possible. Why? Because the ideas, the promotion, the sharing, the experience sharing, the engagement, the dialogue, that's what makes democracy democracy. Ukraine is extremely fresh democracy, and we need that help. We need coaching, we need advisory, we need a dialogue. The learnings that's been taking place in Norway is something that we can greatly benefit, especially when we're looking into economic prosperity, high-tech industry development, innovation development, energy safety, and so on. So with this, I want to thank you again for having me here and having this gathering, for big, great contribution that Norway makes to the success of Ukraine, and only together we can win. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dmytro, and thank you very much for this extremely interesting and important for us introduction to today. I mean, you covered the whole range of reform issues, but the way you did it with enthusiasm, with optimism, has already transmitted onto us. And you mentioned a couple of keywords, like ethics, of course, communication, and quick win. So these, especially also the communication issues, that the reform is actually working, there are positive results, and it needs to be visible to the population and also the donor community. We are Norway, and next speaker is Øyvind Landemoen from our Ministry of Foreign Affairs with the grant management issues and the strategy of the support program for Ukraine. Øyvind.
Thank you. Thank you, Olav. Thank you also to the embassy for organizing this event. It's very important that we take time now and then to talk about our priorities and how we're thinking and assessing the situation. And I'm the first one to admit that at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we are not so good at that. We tend to be a little introvert, and we expect everybody else to understand how we're thinking and what our priorities are. And so having the opportunity to talk to all our partners in this way is very useful for us, and hopefully also useful for you. What I was thinking I was going to do was to spend just a few minutes on giving you a little snapshot of what the thinking within the ministry is currently. Christian was mentioning that Norwegians first came down here in the year 800, and that it was also mentioned during the Prime Minister's visit last year that that was the first high-level visit from Norway since the 800s. I'm not sure if the Vikings, when they came down, were concerned with good governance and human rights, democratic development and anti-corruption. My sense is that they had a different agenda. So it's certainly more positive, the Norwegian involvement and the collaboration we have now. I was looking through some numbers, and these are the ODA, the official development assistance to Ukraine going back to 2007. I think there's an interesting piece of information here, and that is to show the relative stability of the support for Ukraine, which to me is a message that it says something about the importance of Ukraine, the importance of the development of Ukraine, the strategic importance in Europe, and the importance that key donors have attached to Ukraine. Going back to 2007, look up the numbers on the OECD homepage, and you will see that if you go further back, it's relatively stable. That shows the importance attached to the development of Ukraine. If someone can give me the next slide. I have only 4 slides. I know not to bombard the audience with PowerPoint slides, but I have a second slide. Click this one. This is the Norwegian support for this region. And I have only singled out 3 countries here. It's Ukraine, it's Moldova, and it's Georgia. And part of the thinking in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and on the Norwegian side has been that if you want to achieve sustainable results, there needs to be the political conditions to achieving those results. And one of the benchmarks in terms of the political conditions for Norway has been the fact that these 3 countries have signed association agreements with the EU, which means that they have made a conscious political decision to start on a path toward European integration and what that means in terms of political development. Our government, as you can see from these numbers, have increased the support for Ukraine about tenfold since 2012 to this year. Reaching, and I think you have a 1-pager in your folders giving more details on how we've allocated the 310 million Norwegian kroner this year in terms of our support. It's these 3 thematic areas that are carefully aligned with priorities of the Ukrainian government and also aligned with the efforts by other key donors like the EU Commission, for example. So that's where we are today. This is where we are today, 2015. Then something unforeseen happened. And that was the events culminating over this last fall with the flow of migrants from the Middle East and other places to not only Norway, but many European countries. And that flow of asylum seekers was both unexpected and overwhelming to most European governments. Now, that is first and foremost a humanitarian challenge that needs to be resolved. But then it becomes also a political challenge, certainly for the Norwegian government, We are looking at prognosis for the Norwegian government next year of approximately 60,000 asylum seekers. A country like Sweden, they have a prognosis of 190,000 asylum seekers. And the way international guidelines are designed, you can cover the costs of that asylum seekers by using your aid budgets. And in a situation like this, where you have a humanitarian catastrophe and political challenges, that's what most European countries have done. They have reallocated their aid budgets to cover expenses in their own countries with asylum seekers. Can you click that again? And so the same thing happens in Norway. We do not know what the final result is. Our parliament is debating our budgets for next year as we speak, and we'll know within a couple of weeks what the final result is. But we're prepared that we will have reductions in our budgets for 2016. How much? We don't know yet. There is, in the media, also, I've seen numbers for the Swedish aid budget reduced by 30%. It's dramatic for all Sweden's partners. But these are challenges we just need to resolve. Hopefully, things will bounce back in 2017, but there's no guarantee for that. So, then the question is, we have a potential gap between the results we want to achieve and the resources we have available. And that's where meetings like this is important. And I'm going to ask Sigurd to give me the last slide. It means in order to fill that gap between the resources and the needs in the situation we are now, we need to become smarter in the way we work. And that's where I would like to spend my last couple of minutes talking a little bit about the Paris agenda and aid effectiveness, which is an agenda that is important. It's been around for decades, but we tend to forget it. But it's at times like these, when we need to get more results out of less money, that we need to think carefully about how we work. We need to collaborate closely with the government of Ukraine on the priorities. That's the first step. This is the time for prioritizing. The Ukrainian government needs to be very clear on what its priorities are, and we need to listen carefully to what those priorities are. We need to align ourselves with other donors to a much greater extent than we do now. We all talk about coordination, but when it comes to actually doing it, that's a whole different ballgame. But it's at times like these when we need to really be serious about coordination. And then, of course, our partners, all of you, are extremely important because you're the ones implementing on our behalf. And so we need to make sure that you find the most effective ways to achieve those results that you have set out to reach by collaborating with other partners, by finding synergies in cooperation, by listening carefully to what the priorities are, by being results-oriented. Are we achieving the results we're setting out to achieve? And by being cost-effective. And I'm sure that we've come a long way in terms of getting results out of the aid money we're spending globally over the last few decades, but we have to get even better. So that is basically the bottom line of my message. We're going to see a reduction. We're hopefully going to bounce back in 2017, But in the meantime, it's important that we work together to get better results and more efficiency out of the aid that we have. And on our part, we are now prioritizing these three countries, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. I think the levels of support will be relatively stable next year, but the needs and the job that needs to be done on the Ukrainian side is still the same, and so getting the most results out of this is very important. And that's why this event is important. This is an excellent opportunity to discuss these challenges and to find ways of working better together. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Olena Tregub, representing Ukrainian Ministry of Economy. And currently, my particular field, my particular reform is coordination of the international assistance. So first of all, I would like to thank Norway and the Norwegian community for being such a great partner for Ukraine. Not only in terms of international development assistance and macro-financial assistance, but also being Ukrainian trade partner, because we had a free trade agreement with you much earlier before we before we had the DCFTA. And there are, of course, from the point of view of our economic cooperation, there are, of course, so many fields we can cooperate, and this is a very interesting conversation, but probably I will focus more on what I am doing, what I'm responsible for, as pointed out as the ministry. So our idea is that the Ministry of Economy should strengthen its position as the national assistance coordinator. And this single center for international assistance coordination is needed in Ukraine because currently Ukraine is undergoing a very transformative period of its history, a very crucial moment when we had Maidan, we have ongoing conflict, and we have a lot of pressure from the people to reform, and also we have the government who wants to reform. And this is why we have a big influx of international assistance to Ukraine, specifically assistance for reforms. And your country, Norway, is helping us in this area a lot already. And the idea of this reform is actually to make sure that Ukraine as a country understands its national development plan, understands its priorities, and can basically communicate to international community, to our international partners, and say about our priorities, about our needs, and explain that we don't need assistance just for the sake of assistance, but we need assistance to deliver effects, to deliver transformation and reforms. And this is why we are working to create this center who would approach assistance in a more coordinated, analytical way, with the idea of demand-driven and country-driven assistance. We will also very much interested in monitoring the efficiency of the assistance and monitoring the use of funds, making sure that the funds are used properly here in Ukraine, because obviously you can assume this may be a challenge. We are working in this field. There is number of legislative initiatives that are right now being in the works. And also we are opening the big portal for all international assistance, which will include also cooperation with Norway, which we plan to call tentatively Open Aid, WA. And at this portal you can actually click on any sector or any reform, and you will immediately see which donors are engaged with Ukraine in working on this particular sector or this particular reform, how much aid is going into this sector, what kind of aid, loans, grants, budgetary support, advisory services, all types, investment projects, all types of assistance close to definition of OECD, what we call official development assistance. And this is basically the idea. And I know that Norway is actively also working with the Ministry of Economy on a number of our reforms, and also we had the ambassador, I don't know if ambassador is present here, who attended our donor coordination conferences and who obviously showed a lot of interest in Ukrainian reforms and interest in actually thinking and working together towards creating the model of international assistance that can actually push for the reforms in a short run. So maybe I will stop now because I basically, I thought we will have like a discussion. I briefly described what I'm doing, and then I'm open, of course, to discuss in depth other issues like cooperation and the reforms.
The EBRD is indeed one of the largest investors, is the, in fact, current largest investor in Ukraine. We wish we weren't, we wish we had many other investors, but we're still here. And in the energy sector, we of course would like to focus on biofuel, alternatives, energy efficiency, but the reality is fuels, coal, oil, gas is still the bedrock of the economy. Now in natural resources, you'll often hear that Ukraine has tremendous resources. And indeed, the numbers are potentially huge. But I say potentially because the easy stuff, the shallow, easy to get to, that has indeed been done, and they've been very successful in keeping production at pretty much the same levels for 2 decades, which is quite an achievement because you always have to replace what you produce. But the difficult stuff, where those numbers really lie, that requires serious investment. Imagine a big steel ball at the bottom of a mountain. And they said, well, if it was on top of the mountain, there'd be a lot of potential energy there. But you've got to get it there. The difficult stuff, there was a moment when we thought we might attract the majors, Shell, ExxonMobil, Chevron. That didn't work out so well. ExxonMobil for events that we know with Crimea, but Chevron could never get traction with local governments, and Shell had very little cooperation in a very difficult producing environment. And so they had limited testing, and it wasn't so successful. It would take a lot more money and a lot of traction of a lot more serious investment to really see if that is going, in fact, to work for Ukraine. Then you have the state companies, UGV, Gazprobovania, and Ukranafta. These companies have been forced to work basically to give away the gas. You give it to the public at a cost less than what it costs them to produce it. And guess what? That means no budgets for investment, that means no new techniques, it means 40-year-old equipment, it means a complete disaster, which makes it almost amazing that they have produced just the levels that they continue to produce. Then you have the small players. Now these companies are private companies indeed, but they're not there for ordinary business. Ordinary business would be a big investment. They're there because there is, and has been, a terrible gap between the artificial domestic price and the actual price, the real price. And they could sell it for the real price to industry and share the difference with the state companies. Or if you're Ukranafta, you could use it in your own refineries or sell it through your own petrol stations and also capture that difference. So this is a game that cannot continue, and certainly one that will not attract the serious investment. Now, what I look at with Norway is a study in contrast with the national oil and gas company Statoil. And I can't help wonder whether there's not some benefit in bringing them closer. On the one hand, with Statoil, you have a company that is held at arm's length by the state with substantial private investment, accountable to serious shareholders and serious investors. You have a company that is as competitive as any in the world, that is a professional company, that is transparent, and one that is in fact an international player on the stage. You can take every single one of those points and contrast that with the Ukrainian state company. Now, our role as an international financial institution is not merely to provide money. Our role is to try to make the changes, the reform changes required to actually make something of the money. In that extent, we work very closely with the World Bank, we work with the European Investment Bank, we work with the IFC, we work also with the US State Department and other development agencies. We work with Norway, which is why we're here today. And we have indeed anything that we propose to do in terms of investment with the state, of which we put $500 million on the table, $500 million, just to Naftagaz, for infrastructure repair and to purchase gas for this winter. But this comes with an agreed upon and very extensive program of reform, having to do with the regulator, having to do with corporate governance of state industries, having to do with the gas law, with procurement laws. And these are all actually agreed by state treaties between us and Ukraine as conditions of these facilities. But there's also very important roles for others. I know there's a lot of civil society here today. We just had the EITI report, the first ever for Ukraine, that was launched yesterday. This is the Extractive Technologies Transparency Initiative, which civil society works with the court, and that is a role for everyone here. And then lastly, and not least, in the future, real investors, partners to work on the very serious underlying and neglected issues of just making these companies well-run, well-managed, and responsible companies. Thank you.
So Kjartan, Norwegian Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, your perspective.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us for the conference. My name is Kjartan Pedersen. I'm a project manager at the Norwegian Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. I would like to spend a few minutes just to present our Chamber of Commerce and our projects. Me and my colleagues here today, we represent a member organization. We have over 70 members, most of them Norwegians, but also many Ukrainian members, we have an overarching goal to increase business links between our two countries and in connecting business for a better future. And in order to do this, we have received and applied and received a grant from our MFA for a new 3-year grant now, and in addition to our annual membership fees that our members provide, will allow us to set up a total of 6 projects. I'll just go quickly through them so we have them as a basis. The first and overarching project is a continuation of a good corporate governance and business development program, where we have a business matchmaking program and a young entrepreneurs trainee program. And now in the coming years we have identified 4 sectors which we believe will have the greatest potential. Those are IT, energy, agriculture and seafood. Those are the sectors, as from a Norwegian standpoint, we believe have the most potential for bilateral trade. And as of now, as probably many of you know, that seafood is sort of it's the most inbringing of these sectors as of now. Is 80% of the bilateral trade, and substantial increase there. Decrease in the last year, I'm sad to say, but we hope this will bounce up while things improve. In addition to these 4 sectors, we also have one last but also very important one, that we organized these Norwegian Ukrainian business forums, which was organized last year when the Prime Minister was here in Kyiv. And we will also continue to organize these, hopefully, during the next year when we have a high-level political meeting, or in the coming years. Those are our main projects, but we are very much looking forward to meeting all of you and looking into finding synergy effects that could be possible for us to work together, the whole community of Norwegian Ukrainian business here. We are open to listen to your ideas and looking forward to find some synergy effects. So,
Excellent, thank you very much. And then moving on to Steinar and Seed Forum. How does one successfully bring in foreign investors? Where is the competitive edge in Ukraine? You know a lot about that.
Well, thank you very much, Olav, and thank you for inviting us to the conference. My name is Steinar Korsmo. I'm the chairman of the Seed Forum Norway Foundation, and I'm also heading the global operations of Seed Forum, currently stretching to almost 50 countries around the world. And Seed Forum, as a concept born in Norway 15 years ago, currently I would say as an export product from the Norwegian innovation system, has been in operations in Ukraine since 2007. Now, what we are currently doing in Ukraine is, together with other partners in Norway in a consortium operating the so-called UNINI project, and UNINI stands for Ukraine-Norway International Networking Initiative, to make it simple. And what this is all about is simply to create an impact on the future economy of Ukraine. And simply, if you want to create growth in the economy, you need to create growth companies, and companies that grow fast. And to do so, you need methodology, and the methodology is what we call key functionality in an innovation system, and this is what UNINI is all about. And the UNINI project has several activities, and I think the first, and I would say the activity that probably most of you already have seen and heard about, is the establishment of regional innovation centers in Ukraine, so-called iHubs, which is much more than a regular co-working space. It also provides a set of services for Ukrainian startups to make them grow and to grow fast. We're therefore beyond the very typical co-working space, also developing, as I mentioned, services, which means a lot of education, project management to create business plan, English courses, and all these things, which makes an impact on many startups in Ukraine today. Currently, we have iHub in Kyiv, and we recently opened iHub in Lviv and in Vinnytsia, and there is also a smaller version of an iHub in Kyiv. And we are in the beginning of next year also opening Seed Forum iHub in Ivano-Frankivsk, and we are next week also in cooperation with the city of Kyiv developing the iHub establishment in Kyiv into a much bigger facility than we have today. What has been a major success for the establishment of iHub so far is, I think we can say, in a very good progression of cooperation between Norway and Ukraine, a public-private partnership model with local cities, where the cities provides the facilities for the innovation centers iHub for several years, up to 10 years, and then we provide the renovation and operation of the iHub simply so that they become really sustainable. In the project, we also have a major activity with access to finance. As you mentioned, Olav, the two biggest problem in the whole global innovation system, not only in Norway and Ukraine, but all over the world, is simply funding of
companies in the early stage, simply because very few, less than 0.1% of all companies have enough revenues the first 3 years of their existence to reinvest back into their own organic growth. So you need investors' money, private equity funding to grow and to grow fast enough. And that's why it is necessary to create access to finance, simply with not only to create investor networks, business agent networks in Ukraine, which we are currently doing, to run seed forums, investor forums in Ukraine, not only in Kyiv, but also on a regional level, like for instance in Lviv, Odessa, and so forth. But beyond that scope, also we're working with the Norwegian State Fund, investment fund Argentum, to also create the, I would say, first impact on a venture capital market in Ukraine. We're involved in internationalization of Ukrainian startups. That simply means to bring Ukrainian startups to international destinations, not only Oslo, Norway, but we have taken some very forefront Ukrainian startups already to our investor conferences in New York, San Francisco, Singapore, London, etc. And that impacts and also is a very important access to funding for Ukrainian startups. The challenge, Olav, is simply, it is very, very difficult these days to attract investors to come to Ukraine. So we're also providing the methodology to bring Ukrainian startups to the investors where they are outside Ukraine. This is what it's also all about. There is also an activity to provide world-leading competence from Norway to commercialize technologies through the IHAB system. The great inheritance all the way back from the military industrial complex is great, and the level of education in Ukraine is great. But the challenge is the commercial thinking within academia, and this is what this part of the project provides. So-called transfer technology business, which means an impact of scientists and students to create their own business out of their scientific research. There is also other activities in the project. It's almost, I think, an event going on every day now in IHUBs, even twice a day. And I suppose we'll speak a little bit about opportunities and hinders a little bit later in the discussion. Thank you.
My name is Misha Volonsky, and I'm working for Is a Business NGO, non-governmental organization. We are doing basically deregulation. But before telling more specifically what we are doing, I would like to tell you a short story. What defines the successful countries? This is basically the successful countries. They are the most integrated in a global economy. So the country economy should be integrated in a global economy, and basically what is SEED organization, SEED Forum is doing is a great opportunity for Ukraine to integrate Ukrainian economy in a global economy. But what defines integration? This is basically the foreign direct investments, like how many countries receive the foreign direct investments to that level it is integrated in a global economy. And a short story. When you take a look on the Ukrainian history of foreign direct investments, from the beginning of independence till the Orange Revolution, 2004, you will see that Ukraine received just in 13 years just up to 10 billion of foreign direct investments, $10 billion. But what happened next? For the next 3 years, Ukraine received 15 billion of foreign direct investments. So in 13 years Ukraine received 10, and then in 3 years Ukraine received 15. When we started to dig deeper and identify what's happened, we identified 3 simple decisions. The first one, Ukraine in 2006 abolished the constraints that foreigners invest in Ukrainian banking system, and foreigners banks should they started to buy Ukrainian banks, they started to invest in Ukrainian banking system, and it gave Ukraine 5 billion of foreign direct investments. The second decision was abolishment of visas for Europeans and Americans, and it gave a huge boost for Ukrainian tourism and for Ukrainian cultural sector. And a set simple decision that gave Ukraine additionally $5 billion is abolition of constraints that foreigners took part in the privatization process. And you all know what happened in 2005. Kyivstar was privatized for $5 billion. So, from 2004 to 2005, for 3 years, Ukraine received more foreign direct investments than for the last 13 years. And all of these three simple decisions, this is basically regulations which was abolished. That's why we at this business, we are doing the regulation. And for the last 1.5 year, we designed a strategy how to regulate Ukrainian economy, and we identified up to 200 bottlenecks which could, by abolishing those regulatory constraints, Ukraine could benefit successfully, significantly. And for the last 1.5 year, we coordinated and facilitated the adoption of 4 laws and up to 10 governmental decrees. As you all might know, that Ukraine today but increased their positions in the doing business ranking for four positions. This is basically the law which was designed and prepared by the Business and Ministry of Economy, and successfully was adopted by the Parliament. So, make a long story short, Ukraine needs to be integrated in a global economy, and by integration, Ukraine needs to abolish the internal regulations to lead foreign investors to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you outlined the broad picture in a very good way. You didn't use the word deregulation, decentralization, but these are also parts, of course, of the broader picture, creating an attractive environment for business. But the environment is not attractive. It's not attractive enough. There's corruption, there's the image problem, there's the lack of pioneering investors going in and showing that it actually can be done. The platform is there now through the Ukraine-EU agreements. Olena mentioned the agreements between the EFTA countries, the free trade agreement EFTA-Ukraine. The platforms and many of the legal issues have been resolved, but still there are hurdles and barriers. Okay, investors are waiting, but what can additionally be done in order to reach or achieve a breakthrough? Olena?
To achieve a breakthrough. Sure. Well, Minister of Economy is actually the main goal is to have this deregulation reform fully implemented and create a business-friendly environment for investors to come here to Ukraine, and for Ukraine to be actually seen as the country which has some competitive edge, some advantage over other countries in the region. And of course, I agree with you that we are not there yet. But Ministry of Economy, we have established the Better Delivery Regulation Office. This is a major operation which is co-financed by the Swiss Federation, Canada, EU, and the thing is that we will need to hire around 70 lawyers who will review all the legislative base in Ukraine in different sectors which relate to doing business here in Ukraine, and this is a major, very meticulous work. And Easy Business is of course working towards this goal, but we need like a huge operation to basically tackle this issue of repressive regulatory system in Ukraine. Additionally to changing those laws and bylaws, we of course are thinking about the implementation part, because we know that Ukraine is very, used to things when you cancel one regulation, immediately someone on the other side creates another one to replace it. And this can go on forever. So we make sure that regulation will not happen, and we make sure that all their bodies, all their market surveillance bodies will be actually reformed in a way that they understand that their goal is not to basically repress business and repress investors, but their goal is to bring investors to the country. We need to change mentality. That's why we need to hire new people to all those agencies who deal with this sector, and we need to actually train them, and we need to make sure that we create a different culture. And this is, of course, something that you cannot expect like done in several months. We're talking about right now 18 months. But we have the vision. It's just we need time and we need help in doing that.
I just wanted to make one comment. I think it's a very interesting example of the potential. Norway has a free trade agreement through EFTA with Ukraine. It's been in force since 2012. And it's a free trade agreement that Ukraine has not, so far anyway, been able to utilize fully. Here's one example. Norway is one of the biggest importers of sunflower seeds that is used as fodder in fish farming. Ukraine is one of the world's biggest producers of sunflower seeds, but exports close to nothing to Norway. And that's because there aren't the necessary capacity to issue certificates of origin and certificates and documents certifying it, all phytosanitary issues. It takes very little to build that capacity on the Ukrainian side. And so that's something we want to focus on because that's low-hanging fruit. It's quick impact. And so any ideas in terms that could kind of release that kind of potentials, that kind of low-hanging fruit is very interesting for us. Long-term investments in building competitiveness and all those issues, very important. But also look for those quick impact initiatives that doesn't take all that much resources and could have a tremendous effect for the exports of Ukraine to countries such as Norway.
Just wanted to maybe add that the work on the official barriers, of course, is very important, on the regulations and the laws. But the fact is that the unofficial barriers are so vast. Now, on the one hand, this is the good news. The economy is obviously doing much better than the statistics would imply. Look at the cafes, look at the shops. This is obvious. But that means that for someone looking to come into the country, to invest in the country, they would have to figure out how to negotiate all these informal networks and informal barriers and avoid all the rent seeking that's attached to people trying to break into them. And so that's a whole separate set of works. We do have an ombudsman in place for official complaints. This is a new first thing, but obviously that capacity is limited. There must be more channels for people to complain, to move, and then that increases your power to actually make changes on the official side as more things move into the white economy.
I just wanted to point it out that we have, you see, as we were discussing issues here, like for example, innovation and iHubs, the regulation, issue of certification, standardization, reform, and those issues, the idea is that, my idea is that we currently have stakeholders in the government who are steering Ukraine towards solving those problems and who have vision. They don't have resources. Like we discussed here why Ukraine doesn't export sunflower, grains, fruit, vegetables to Norway, because yes, they are not certified. And we have our trade representative, Natalia Mikolska, who is a super energetic person and who really wants to, for international trade to take off in Ukraine. And we also are engaged in reform of the standardization, technical regulation, metrology. And we also work with innovation. We have a separate department devoted to innovation. And all those areas, in all those areas, we cooperate with a lot of international partners, including Norway. But the idea is that for us, not to overlap, and for us to come together and to work towards common goal, because we all know what the common goal is. We are on the same page. We want the same thing for Ukraine. More coordination is needed, because as I was listening, for example, to Steinar, right? There were similar projects. I have projects that now our ministry does, World Bank wants to do, and so on. So why not to come together and do it into some common framework to achieve the result for the whole country? And this is my main message: is that if you start a project, don't be afraid to come to the government, because we are all people right now, especially in the Ministry of Economy, who are very reform-minded and who want the same thing you want for Ukraine. And we will help you bring it to the next level.
Thank you very much for this reminder. And of course, you're completely right. And the issue of coordination is crucial in all of this. But coordination is always very difficult. And sometimes it's the second best option is then to know about each other. And that's also synergy. Instead of having everybody coordinated very strongly and in a particular way. But that's also important. And what we have always been seeking, not only Ukraine, but elsewhere, is the ownership of the country itself and its institutions. Ukraine has inherited a lot of old type of industry, but what Steinar and others are doing is also to create and establish contacts on the new, on the innovative industries and businesses, and maybe one could even call it the new green economy. Everybody is dreaming about that. Steinar, you had an additional comment.
Yeah, this is about the new economy of Ukraine, simply. Ease of business is what I'm looking for as a foreign investor coming to Ukraine. I'm not saying that the vision should necessarily be to come down to establish a company in 20 minutes, as you would do in Delaware. And Delaware is the main competitor of Ukraine right now, of establishing companies. Secondly, I would look for taxation, ease of taxation. And thirdly, not to forget that the biggest challenge in Ukraine to commercialize technologies is the problems with the IP legislation of Ukraine. It is a lot of theft of technologies within academia. It is corruption within academia. You need to pay your teacher to get a good result in exams. All these problems in academia needs to be addressed. But the main challenge is still, as was said here from my left-hand side, the old-fashioned thinking, and that is the mindset. And what needs to be done is simply to create leader stars. This is, among others, what our project Unini is doing, to take some forefront Ukrainians, put them forward, and simply make them leader stars, so that in Norway we have something called Jante-law. And if you have Jante-law in Norway, it is a bigger effect in Ukraine. You don't think it is possible to do it. And this is really what we need to do to make an impact. And that has to do with events, trainings, and to change the mindset towards a more, I would say, westernized approach.
We have a question or two from the floor.
Yes, thank you. Olena Tregub from Energy Farm in Norway. I'd like to go back to the opening statement of Olena Tregub, and I welcome the idea of the open aid gov, the desire to synchronize technical assistance. Since we're talking here, many of us are gathered to implement Norwegian projects in Ukraine. We're also dependent on the legislation that regulate technical international assistance or international technical assistance to Ukraine. On the Ukrainian side, I know the Norwegian side is working hard to get their agreement in order. But on the Ukrainian side, I would like to point or turn the attention to the changes that was made in the Ukrainian legislation during the Azarov government. It was sort of a soft Putinist attempt to complicate the requirements in order to implement technical assistance projects in Ukraine. It concerns all the donor nations. Earlier we saw the level of foreign donor money coming into Ukraine. Please review those changes that were done in 2011, 2012. There are sticks in the wheels in the system. It complicates and bureaucratizes the work that NGOs and other implementers have to report to the Ministry of Economy. So while you're here, I'd like you to make sure that you know that. Quick comment to Øyvind Landemoen about the Ukrainian sunflower seed. Yes, Ukraine exports a lot of sunflower seed. Unfortunately, it is also one of those crops that takes the most nutrition and energy out of the soil. I personally would wish they exported less. It is not a kind crop to the Ukrainian soil. Thank you.
Steinar mentioned some cities as Kyiv, Vinnytsia, Chernihiv, as I have places, and we also from Norwegian Association side work together with our partner Association of Ukrainian Cities on the capacity building of local governments. And there is also a Canadian supported program, Local Economic Development, where Association of Ukrainian Cities is involved with also work with the same goals. But what I also would like to hear from you is, what about the capacities of local governments? What would be needed for this public-private partnership in the future? Thank you.
Simply so that the cities provide the venues for free for 10 years, and then our project provides the renovation of the facilities and the operations, at least from the beginning. The challenge with creating regional innovation centers, we have a long history of support from Norway to do such innovation centers around the world. The big difficulty is to make them sustainable. Without the cost on the venues, they are already sustainable. And we see already that in cities like Lviv and Vinnytsia, we are almost just after a short time almost break even on the running of them. And that is very important when you spend Norwegian taxpayers' money to create sustainable projects. There is a tremendous interest in Ukraine from many cities. So I would say that the main challenge we have in our project is simply time and resources. Because we would be able, if we had more resources, to build many more IHUBs with a full-fledged service system around the country. We've seen specifically in bigger cities like Lviv, Vinnytsia, now certainly in Kyiv it works. And it also works in a smaller city as a pilot we've been running for a while in Chernihiv. Well, a smaller city of Ukraine is a couple of 100,000 people. If you think Norwegian context, it's not that big, but it works. And the proof we now have with the PPP model in these cities is something that we urge to actually work with and develop in a Norwegian-Ukrainian context for the future. Simply to provide sustainable projects.
Last word, Kjartan.
Yeah, I just want
1 minute.
to end on a positive note. We are in contact with many government institutions, and also we meet a lot of Ukrainian companies, and we just want to also show the appreciation for the new generation who are thinking ahead and are wanting to work with Norway. We have a lot of interest coming from the Ukrainian companies. There are, of course, issues that our Norwegian companies stress: the rule of law, anti-corruption. These are very important issues for the Norwegian companies. There is an image problem in Norway towards Ukraine. There's a need we need to get Norwegian business on the plane to Ukraine, so they can also fall in love with your country as we do. There are, we just want to sort of also look at the positive notes here. There's a lot of positive things being said, but there is, we need to, we have our sectors which we are very, we believe there's a lot of potential in these sectors. And we would like to work more with our authorities, but also Ukrainian companies, and we hope there's maybe someone here that we can talk to today to also to discuss more cooperation in the future.
Thank you. Just one word to refer to what was said about the legislature. The thing in Ukraine is that there is no policy for international assistance. There is no common law which would define what is international assistance and why it is needed, and this is why instead of this a number of bylaws exist which regulates the field, which creates additional bureaucratic barriers and discrepancies in terms of the approach. And our goal in the ministry is to create this reform for Ukraine to understand that international development assistance, not only technical assistance, but other types of projects are important to Ukraine. We need to give them good environment to work here, VAT exemption, and all these kind of benefits. Because this type of projects, this type of cooperation is like opening us the gateway for FDIs, for private investment.
Is it on? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, as I said, I'm Tony Meinik. I come from the Ministry of Justice and Public Security in Norway. I'd like to speak a little bit about the second or maybe the third pillar, the good governance and democracy development. Actually, I think we also have a project dealing with rule of law, which I will speak a little bit about as well. And I mean, every project that goes on the rule of law and capacity building might, in my view, be placed under any of the three pillars we do, because having a proper justice institution and the rule of law really is necessary for any economic development. I mean, this is also acknowledged in the international society as such, and also by the Ukrainian authorities. And I'd like shortly to refer to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, where goal number 16 actually includes access to justice for all and the need to build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions. So it is generally acknowledged that rule of law and development have a significant interrelation and are mutually reinforcing, making it essential for sustainable development at the national and the international level. So the international society at large, including Norway, including Ukraine, we have agreed to promote the rule of law at the national and international level, to ensure equal access to justice for all, and substantially reduce corruption and bribery in all their forms. Also, develop accountable and transparent institutions at all levels, and strengthen relevant national institutions, including through international cooperation to prevent violence and combat terrorism and crime. I'm also very pleased that the deputy head of the presidential administration, Dmytro Shymkiv, who was talking here earlier today, actually mentioned justice reform as one of the highest priorities of the Ukrainian society. I'd like to just say a little bit about what the Ministry of Justice is doing, our project. We are going to work with Ukrainian authorities on the justice chain as a whole. Our work in this field is actually based on three important principles. We want to have a holistic approach. That means that we work with the whole justice chain, from the police, through prosecution, defense lawyers, judges, and also including the correctional services, probation, and prisons. We also use practitioners. We only use judges to speak to judges. We have defense lawyers speaking to the defense lawyers, and of course correctional services and prosecutors. So we have a very practical implementing approach. And of course, it's also in this field extremely important with a long-term engagement. There might be some quick fix, but in general, if you want really to develop a justice system in a country and change it, it is mostly about a change of mindset and culture, and that always takes time. So we see that there have been some quick fix, which the Ukrainian authorities already have done. You have the police, the new patrol police, which obviously is a success and creates trust also in the population. But I also think you have to acknowledge that this is a long-term business to change justice. And just to say a little bit more about the Norwegian approach, it is, as far as we know, we're the only country who actually deals with the whole chain in the same context. There are a lot of other actors in this field. Many of them deal with not the whole chain, but with only parts of it. The thing is that, but when we know there are so many other actors, it's very important to coordinate with them and make sure that what we do is actually mutually reinforcing and that we are not competing. We know there are many international actors. This is actually the first time we're going to meet the other Norwegian actors. So I would like to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs for arranging this conference, so that we also can meet the Norwegian actors dealing with projects in this. Before I end, I'd just like to say, because one of our questions was actually where can there be synergy between the actors. I think there might be some synergies on what we can do in the field. But I think maybe the most important is a question which will affect us all, and that is the level of corruption in the Ukrainian society, which we know there is, which Ukrainian authorities have also know there is, and where there is a will actually to do something. We know we meet it all the time. How shall we actually work with it? How do we act when we see there is corruption? The deputy head of the presidential administration spoke a little bit about working with civil society, saying, okay, why do you give right? What is corruption? That is very important. I also think it's important working with the systems in the authorities. I mean, what we know is transparent systems. If you have transparency in the courts, if you have transparency in a selection procedure, the possibility of corruption is less than when everything is closed. But there might also be other possibilities. So I would actually like to challenge the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to do something on corruption where we can have all the actors together and where we can try to work and find solutions on how to work with corruption. I think that's all for now. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you. My name is Tom Heldal from the Geological Survey of Norway. We collaborate with the Geological Survey of Ukraine, and in particular with a division within that Geological Survey called GeoInform. So what our project is actually information about mineral resources in both countries. For the future, we need mineral resources for many purposes. We need them also to move into a more sustainable society. So we need the mineral resources in the ground, and we need good value chains from mineral resources. On a European level, you have something called the Raw Material Initiative. That was the discovery of the European Commission for some years ago that Europe is, or EU is producing something like 3% of metal resources in the world, but consuming about 20%. So this lack of balance, in a way, led the Commission to launch the Raw Material Initiative. And a part of that, one of the main pillars, is actually to provide good information about which kind of mineral resources you have in Europe. and what are the possibilities for exploiting those, and what, in a way, what kind of value chains can you develop from European mineral resources. Norway and Ukraine, we are sharing one thing we are sharing is that actually both countries are rich in mineral resources. And in both countries there are possibilities of developing mineral resources much more than today. And one of the issues in the raw material initiative is also a very large cooperation throughout Europe in harmonizing information on mineral resources and making that information freely accessible. So we have, for instance, an EU project called Minerals for EU that has been collecting 28 countries in a common effort to harmonize and make available information about mineral resources. So through this cooperation with Norway and Ukraine, Ukraine has also become a member of these consortiums working with this. And we can say that our project is in a way about going hand in hand into the European integration of mineral resource information. So two very important parts of these projects is one is the information, spatial maps, information about mineral resources in the ground, and then it's statistical information about production, material flows, recycling, etc., etc. That is called European Mineral Resource Yearbook. So basically, this is about making the information harmonized so you can compare between the countries, and making it accessible, freely accessible, open and transparent. And for democratization and anti-corruption, available and free information is very important. Because traditionally in many countries, information about mineral resources has been seeding corruption. So this is a big step in the way forward for making that open all over Europe. So we have reached quite far. We have Ukraine is now, and Norway is now integrated part of this work. You will find that on the websites, European portals. You find information from Ukraine and Norway, and you will find it in the European Minerals Yearbook. So this project is actually not taking place only in Ukraine and Norway, but it's on the different stages of different arenas of this European integration. So we meet through the common participation in the European project with our bilateral project. So that is basically the short version of what we are doing. It's a dynamic process, so we have to adapt all the time to the different processes in the European Commission, for instance, about this.
Thank you very much. You brought forward issues which we haven't really thought so much about, namely openness of information and the democratization part of it. One big success of Norwegian minerals resource management and oil management is the open access to resource information, which has really attracted a lot of companies to Norway, because everybody has equal access. They understand and see the same figures, and they make their own assessments, but there's no corrupting and hidden principles behind it. Let's move on to the Association of Ukrainian Cities and their cooperation and project with the Norwegian Association of Local and Regional Authorities. Olena?
Hello everybody, my name is Olena Tregub. I am representing here Association of Ukrainian Cities. It's a sister organization of Norwegian Association of Local and Regional Governments, KS. And we have quite a long history of partnership. It's probably one of the longest partnerships which AUC has today. And our current project, it was designed just after the dignity revolution, and actually while designing it, we did our best to satisfy the needs which we seen in local governments of Ukraine. And three major areas the project works in are, first of all, the efficiency of services. It was told today by Mr. Shymkiv that it's really necessary for the citizens to see their wins. And we also understand this, and we do our best to improve the services which our citizens receive from local governments. We brought to Ukraine Norwegian practice of efficiency management, where local governments work together, they share experience, they analyze that data, they use sociological surveys, they really look deeply at their productivity, at their productivity, at the services which are providing to the population, and they are doing their best to improve the quality of services. Now we are working in three sectors. Purely human sectors. These are education, healthcare, and social protection. I think that the choice of the services is quite a good one, because it's felt by almost every person in the community, on the one hand, and on the other hand, Norway is probably one of the best examples of this services provision in the world. But we also understand that to be productive at the local level is not enough, and we went further. We decided to strengthen policy dialogue with central state authorities, and again in these sectors. You probably know that in Ukraine these sectors, they are state competencies, but they are performed by local governments, and state provides financing for these services, but the resources are not enough. And we want to build a fair system of financing, and we understand that it will not be possible to do without a constructive dialogue with Ministry of Finance and sectoral ministries. As I've already told you, our project started after dignity revolution, and we Ukrainians all understand that this is not a civilized way to come to Maidans. And to stop this practice, which is though quite a noble one, but it's not very productive, it's really necessary for our authorities, both central and local one, to learn listening to their citizens. Just after dignity revolution, we had a so-called local democracy survey in 22 municipalities of Ukraine. And you know, it's really strange that the citizens' view, because we polled actually citizens and local governments, citizens' views on interaction with local governments and local government views on interactions with citizens, they are absolutely controversial. So citizens say to us that local governments are absolutely ignorant to their needs, while local governments told that they fully take into consideration all the needs of their citizens. And we think that probably all these two sides, they maybe not even hear each other, and they don't have practice, and they don't have ideas how to communicate, how to go into consultations, how to enter into policy dialogue. This is again one of the ideas for us to work in this project. And the last component which I would like to mention, you probably know that this year we started decentralization reform in Ukraine. One of the components of this reform is forming or building capable communities. There are more than 12,000 territorial communities now, and 95% of them are not capable to perform basic services to the citizens. It's really necessary for Ukraine to become efficient, to build the effective system of management of the state. This process has already started. This year, local elections were held in 159 of these newly formed territorial communities, and we in our project want to support them. Of course, there are lots of supports provided by different donors, but we have found our niche, and we are going to organize a series of training to local councillors in these communities, and to teach them how to work. Maybe not teach, this is not the correct word, but we will try to help them to build the relations within the councils which will serve to the needs of the community of the United Communities. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I will be willing to answer.
We certainly have questions, and we will return to the decentralization process and its effect already on the ground. But the next speaker is the National Democratic Institute and Mary O'Hagan.
Hello everybody, thank you so much for your kind invitation to be here. My role is a slightly strange one in that I run quite a wide-ranging program, but the Norwegian component of it is a very important but very specific and small-scale activity. So our program touches on some of the major components of any democratic system: political parties, women's political participation, civil society development, open data, public opinion research, and some parliamentary activities as well. And if I was going to give an overall assessment of where I think we are on those major issues at the moment, I'd say that it's a moment that continues to be one of great challenges, but it is also a moment of enormous opportunity in all of those areas. We're very grateful to the Government of Norway to support us to take a group of leaders of the coalition factions to Oslo to have a study mission which focuses on coalition building, coalition maintenance, cross-party cooperation and consensus building, an area where Norway is one of the leaders in the world. I have done this before working in other countries, and I know how inspiring it can be for those who are faced with seemingly intractable problems to go and interact with people operating in a system that works. So we're looking forward very much to that activity taking place in January. I think everyone who watches Ukrainian politics knows that these are areas which are particularly difficult at the present time. The coalition has lost one of its party members, and there are a series of challenges facing those that are still in the coalition. This relates to a much deeper problem regarding political party formation in Ukraine and the nature of the political process itself. If I allow myself just a couple of minutes to talk about that. When we ask Ukrainians how they think about political parties in general, not any one party, but parties in general, they say that political parties in Ukraine represent private interests, not public interests. So the stereotypical image of a political party in Ukraine is that it is basically formed around an individual who is dependent on the support of one or more oligarchs, and that that party seeks to succeed in political competition for the benefit of whoever the supporter or supporters are, in terms of donors, not necessarily voters. So that is the stereotypical image. What's really exciting when you look at what's happened since the Revolution of Dignity is, first of all, entirely new parties have emerged on the scene, and although the legal and political environment is favourable to incumbents rather than newcomers, they have managed to gain a foothold in these local elections. These are parties which have been actually founded around the idea that they want to represent public, not private interests. And they have managed to succeed in a surprising number of ways, and it's multiple parties, not one. At the same time, as far as women's political participation is concerned, this is also a moment of great opportunity. Although Ukraine does not rank very highly in global indices on women's political participation, whether we're looking at government or parliament or other areas, it is a fact that they are perceived as being less vulnerable to corrupt practices, partly because they've been locked out of political and economic power largely for a long time. And they receive quite a lot of popular support when the right kind of woman candidate comes forward. She has a good chance of success. We saw far more women coming forward in these local elections, and although the success rate was not as great as one would wish, it was certainly significant, and it creates a background on which we can build further. On the open data side of things, there is tremendous potential in Ukraine. We've just helped launch the first citizen budget simulator in the city of Kyiv. It's a pilot, and we're now looking at rolling that out elsewhere. This is an online tool that enables citizens to be consulted about budget priorities and to have a direct influence on those kinds of decisions. So my message is that actually this is a time when, for all of the many challenges that our Ukrainian partners face, this is a time to use every available opportunity to reinforce the notion that they can succeed. Particularly, I was impressed by what the Association of Ukrainian Cities said about finding ways other than repeated revolutions to make progress, which is a very important priority here. I'm an optimist on Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move quickly on to Nova Duba and Polina Verbitska.
Hi everybody. It is a great pleasure to meet you and to be at such conference, because I understand that we uniting together here because we are responsible community, international and of course Ukrainian community. As a responsible community member, we should think about not only about features, about real maybe effective mechanism introduced, but also about challenges. And we just mentioned about revolution of dignity, and I agree it was a great impact of the revolution on our everyday life now. But also revolution of dignity was the revolution movement for changing of values. It was the most important. And now we should think about what has been changed. What values we have, how we can live, and how we introduce new changes, new reforms. On what base of these new reforms can be introduced, and how with this reforming process we can answer the biggest challenges of Ukrainian society now. What we have in our Ukrainian society, so war, separatist movement or terrorism movement. We have community disintegrated. We have more than 1 million of internally replaced people. We have new classes, new groups of students, new groups of community with different problems and without some answers how to deal, how to integrate this community. And I haven't, unfortunately yet, our association, we haven't yet a partner, Norwegian partner, because why I'm here, it is because of Norwegian Embassy. And we thanks for supporting of youth initiative project we conducted in Ukraine this year. And it was very important, strategical, I would like, impact on current situation of community. I'm really and I got some inspiration from Mr. Dmytro Shymkiv, from representatives of economical department of new government. It's so nice to see new faces, real new generation, and they are doing something. They change, they have attention and goodwill to change society. But from other side, I think as an ordinary citizen, we contribute, our government contribute a lot to, I just put down many things. I am a teacher in university as well. And I also like to learn. So they contribute to promotion of Ukrainian reforms on external level. What we are doing for promotion of Ukrainian reform in internal level. How our citizens know about what is going. Yes, of course, there is on internet access, all information are free. We have a political, really political good environment, but we also have old generation of citizens. We have people, solid bureaucracy. Values of it hasn't been changed at all. This bureaucracy exists before revolution, and now, middle or bottom, exists in our society. How we can effect by our change, creating new institution without changing of values of people who introduce new principles. Of course, we have assets, and now we are looking for assets. It's our base. The most important assets, it's youth. It's new generations with new norms and values, and generation, first of all, new agent, because some years ago, it was 2011, that our organization and me personally was international agent of this, nominated in this country by some officials, because we have really international relationship. It's very important to be outside, to go to Norway, to go to US, to go just personally and to see how exists another society. From other side, we should contribute to changes of norms, of values, and to introduce new culture of thinking, new culture of cooperating, of working, and of course communication. Because I'm talking about equality of emotional quality of people, and first of all of young generation. So Seed Foundation mentioned very important aspect: seeding new generation, investment in new generation. And what we are doing, our association, first of all, from very beginning, we really contributed in this country for integration society. It was before Orange Revolution, it was between revolutions, and it is now. Integration of Ukrainian society, mutual understanding, cooperation, communication, fostering dialogue on different levels. It's very important for all of us to listen each other and to respect each other, to respect dignity, but also very important to introduce active citizenship. So we are dealing with active citizenship and new generation in this in Ukraine. We believe, and it is a big, challenge, but also a big asset of this country, new generation. And we propose methodology how to influence local environment, local community changes, how to do social projects, and through methodology, young generation learn how to be active, how to make a choice, how to deal with propaganda issues, developing critical thinking, and developing the ability to participate and to influence the decision-making process on local level. It's very important investment in the future of this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, I'm really glad to greet everyone today on behalf of International Media Support. And I would like, first of all, of course, to thank you to Norwegian Embassy, Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing this. I can say personally that for me that has been already a little bit of a revelation to see the whole wide area of sectors where Norway is involved. And I'm definitely thankful to Norway Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also to Norway society and to Norway taxpayers who are actually supporting these important transformation processes. Yes, of course, people who are fleeing war and violence, they should be, and it will be, the first priority. But I still hope that we can, together overcome, these challenging times, and we can sustain the achievements that we've already gained, and even, progress forward on the way of reforms. As I said, I represent international non-governmental organization, which is called International Media Support. And what we do is support democratic media development in about 50 countries all over the world. In this region, because we are not only present in Ukraine, currently we also work in Belarus and Azerbaijan. In this region we are present since 2005, and since 2013 we are glad and honored to have Norway's support for our project in Ukraine, Azerbaijan and Belarus, and this is a project focused on media and civil society development, which are interconnected in all three countries. I think I'm not going to talk a lot about what we do in Azerbaijan and Belarus. I just would like to tell you that these are extremely repressive societies, which are unfortunately now off record of many donors and international organizations and international, let's say if we talk globally, the international scene. But even there, taking into account the extremely repressive regimes, we are still trying to support civil society, independent media, and activists working in this country. Much of this support is not going public for security reasons. In Ukraine, due to different, absolutely different political environment, which is freer and more, let's say, welcoming for international support, we all our activities are perfectly open, visible, and you can see them on the internet and in media. We basically have three major focuses, one of which is access to information, and I think that's the reason for me to be included in this panel, because we've done a lot on this. But then we have also capacity building of media lawyers, and we have the legal protection, legal support, and legal education for media. I'm glad also to have here our local partner, Media Law Institute. We have Tatiana Oleksiuk. She's sitting over there, yeah, smiling. So in case, if you have questions, you can also address them not only to me, but to her as a representative of our local partner organization. If we talk about access to information, I think you remember that was the only progressive law adopted during the Yanukovych times. It was adopted in 2011, and it was, let's say, a great, at that time that was a great joy, for civil society, journalists, and activists, because that was basically one of the few successes, not only during Yanukovych time, but let's be honest, even taking into account the preceding Orange government. And since then, we're basically working on, we've worked a lot on actually getting this law adopted, but we also work on its implementation. One of the strategy is called strategic litigation, and this is how we are basically trying to create a favorable court practice in implementing this legislation, because every legislation basically is dead until you can implement it in practice and until you can get protection in courts. Just a very small example, access to Ukrainian parliament. A very short time ago, it was completely closed to ordinary citizens. And one of our and our partner Media Law Institute achievements is actually to get this access open for every citizen of Ukraine. That sounds maybe, but not so heroic, but it's a very important step in the changing of mindset that we are all here talking about. I would like maybe to stress here one thing which for me is key in international support and international aid activities. I'm very frequently asked by my colleagues working in the region, because we all somehow are involved not in only one country, but in several countries in the region, and I'm always asked, like, okay, but why Ukraine is doing better than Belarus? Why, or Azerbaijan? Why the things that are happening in Ukraine are not happening in that countries? And I have one answer to this. That's because Ukraine has always had and is having now an extremely strong, well-developed and professional civil society, and because it has relatively free and pluralistic media, despite all their complications of the oligarch ownership, etc., etc. So I think these two issues, civil society and media, not to underestimate support to government. Of course, I would never underestimate this. This is important, but I think support to civil society and media is also one of the key points in reaching progress in democracy development. Otherwise, if I still have a few, okay, I need to sum up, I think. So I just would like to state maybe that just like I think most of my colleagues here, I share optimism for Ukraine. Moreover, I think Europe in general is facing difficult times in terms of some really, let's say, values and civilizational challenges. And I think Ukraine is often considered to be like a fresh blood, which can be used for inspiration, not only in the country, but also actually outside the country in Europe. And I think together we definitely can do more, and we can overcome this crisis as we've overcome many other crises in the European history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this was very inspiring. In fact, we need another day of discussing this, because it addresses at least two major things. One is to make Ukraine a better and more efficient place, country. And secondly, to make the country more understandable to people like us. So the open society, the processes, open processes, decentralization, etc., makes it easier for us to work with you and for our investors. This is part of a very broad picture. Also, I think it was Antonina mentioned that the audience here and the activities supported by Norway is very impressive, covers many, many fields. So this is a really big challenge. Maybe we're spreading our resources and attention thinly over a very large area. Maybe we should concentrate more on issues. On the other hand, it really, the feedback you have given provides definite background for thinking how to do this and working with the segments of society which we are already doing. And here we have a dilemma working with the central authorities or the local authorities, working with youth or broader society, women, broader society. I think the fact that there are many women now in important positions, and I think personally I feel that many of these projects managed by women are even more successful than many of the others. I mean, maybe a little far-reaching conclusion, but the resource represented by women and youth in new parts of society, we need to develop that and jointly. But going back to the decentralization process, I get the sense that this is already working and that financial resources, budget resources have already been moved to the local communities or the local authorities. How is this actually being, what's the effect of this?
Yes, actually, the first step on the way to fiscal decentralization has already been done. Last December, the tax code and budget code was adopted by the Ukrainian government, and in this year, Ukrainian local governments have already witnessed the first good examples of this. Actually, all the resources of local governments are increased almost 3 times. And moreover, up to 40% is the general increase of amounts which are managed by local governments. And it's also very important to mention that this is not just the increase of resources, this is the autonomy in decision-making in local budget area, which is really very important. The only thing is that fiscal decentralization is targeted to bigger cities only, because only these cities are capable to provide the full scope of services to the citizens. All the rest can also join this group of strong governments, but for that they need to be amalgamated to become strong enough to perform the services to citizens who live on the territory of these communities.
This process is very interesting, and it also has relevance to Norway because we are also in the reform process of making your municipalities more capable of providing the services. Questions from the floor?
My name is Ulrik Syse from Statistics Norway. I'm here with the Norwegian Association of Local and Regional Authorities, but still I would like to comment based on 2 statements made in the first and the second session. The first was that the economy is growing faster than statistics show. There are several reasons for that. But in this session it was the statement from, I think, the Geological Survey, openness of information. And I think Berstad repeated something about that. So this, I think, point on the need for independent and reliable statistics as part of a long-term strategy, as a basis for both development and democracy. So this is an issue, I think, combining both sessions. This is what I wanted to say, but if someone else wanted to comment on that, I would be happy. Thank you.
We don't disagree.
Thank you. I just wanted to make one comment regarding anti-corruption. We all know that Ukraine figures in 142nd place on Transparency International Corruption Perception Index. Yesterday, Global Financial Integrity, which is an organization based in Washington, they released their annual report, which shows that illicit financial flows, meaning funds that are kept away from taxation, hit $1.1 trillion last year. It's an enormous amount of money that's being withheld from taxation. They also released a list of the countries, the top 20 countries in terms of illicit financial flows, and Ukraine is in 14th place. So that's an issue we haven't really discussed neither in the ministry nor with our partners. Now, fighting corruption, the traditional approach that we have as a donor, and I'm saying this from a donor's perspective, the traditional approach has been supporting legal reform on one side, is a very important aspect, of course, and then supporting civil society. And the watchdog function of the civil society is a very important function in fighting corruption, and we will, of course, continue doing that. But I think also the conclusion after having done that for 20, 30 years, and this maybe for the most part relates to sub-Sahara, but the conclusion is that supporting civil society and legal reforms only takes us so far. And that if we're going to get further on anti-corruption, we need to think differently. We're going to continue supporting civil society and free media and all that. But I think it's important that we now start looking at how we can integrate anti-corruption in everything we do. It's a bit like the thinking that came about around the UN in the mid-90s regarding gender, where gender issues became mainstreamed in all activities. And so maybe it's time to start thinking about mainstreaming anti-corruption in everything we do. And that's the approach we need to take to bring that agenda even further. Because as the report from Global Financial Integrity released yesterday shows, this is not a problem that is getting smaller. It's to the contrary, it's getting bigger and bigger.
In my personal opinion, that's a very valuable suggestion. And I fully agree that anti-corruption, just like gender, is a cross-cutting thing. So it should be in all projects. I only would like to mention that I mean, corruption is a huge word, you know, and it incorporates many levels. And I think depending on the level, you know, you have different, you can have different strategies and different ways of influencing it. Because I think that the most tragic corruption in Ukraine actually is happening at the very high levels. And here, I think there are two ways, you know, there is more international pressure for transparent procedures and actually more strict requirements on reporting from governmental institutions. You know, then there is a corruption that is happening, let's say, in judicial system. This is very much an issue of professional capacity. I had an experience dealing with Ukrainian judiciary, and my very personal opinion is that unfortunately most of the people in there are simply not judging is not their role. They don't have the independence and independent reason in them as a personal quality, because being a judge is also requires from a person to have certain personal qualities. And then we have corruption, which is basically going out of very ill systems. You know, like for instance the taxation. Yes, many people can opt for hiding from taxes because paying taxes is will basically either bankrupt them, you know, or will bring them in the situation when they have too much of administrative hassle. You know, so that's about changing the rules, and this is what you can, you know, address through deregulation. Yeah, sure. And just the last point. deregulation and a legal reform, as you mentioned too. Thank you.
Tom, quickly.
Just a few words. I think, continuing what you said, there are many governmental institutions who have very important information for the society development, and a very, very important issue is to make that information transparent and free, because then you remove one of the reasons for corruption. And in addition, you make a good seeding ground for innovation, because information about minerals or whatever, that is something also you have to spread out, and that will help you creating more innovation on the basis of these data. Hidden data do not create innovation.
Maybe a couple of things to add. I think when it comes to corruption, I agree that mainstreaming is definitely something to think about, particularly in a context such as this, where you have deeply entrenched vested interests at every level that have had a stranglehold not only on the economy but also on the political process. And it is going to be a generational change to unwind that. The other thing I'd say is that it's very helpful to work on both the supply side and the demand side at the same time. By supply side, I mean those who are susceptible to engaging in corruption, and the demand side, those who are victims of it. One thing I've noticed in Ukraine is that there is no real clarity in the minds of those who are victims of corruption of the extent to which they are victims of it and why. And there was a comment made earlier on about the importance of civic education in this respect, but I also think it's important to research those issues thoroughly as well, to try to figure out exactly what are the barriers for people to understand not only that they are harmed by particular activities or practices, but also that they can be empowered to do something about it themselves. One of the most important things that has been evident in the last couple of years in Ukraine is that there is very strong openness and momentum for change within the society itself. That is the greatest strength that Ukraine's democratic transition has. But that will only be sustained if people at the same time maintain the hope that things can change and can change peacefully and within a reasonable period of time. On the supply side, there are two things that I've noticed. One is that there have been some successful alliances formed between Ukraine's international development partners and domestic civil society leaders, such that conditions have been attached to assistance given to Ukraine in a number of important areas. And so local civic actors have felt that their voice has been strengthened by the fact that the help Ukraine needs has had certain conditions attached to it. You've seen it with the IMF, with the EU, and with others. And the other thing I'd say about the supply side is to stress the importance of open competition for political power. Anti-competitive practices lie at the heart of corruption, whether it's economic or political corruption, and we do see a much greater degree of open political competition these days. The situation is certainly far from perfect, but the new law that will affect the way that campaigns and parties are financed creates another opportunity to go further in that direction and produce a more level playing field. That will get at the root of some of these processes and definitely needs to be encouraged. That law, by the way, was a condition of the EU visa regime.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. We all agree, and we have taken note of what you have said. Ukraine already has a lot of social capital. Civil society is developing and vibrant, has always been for many, many years. And then relatively free media, a very important factor, and also a very important factor, independence and strong law enforcement and judiciary.
Пока мы были здесь, мы понимали, что Донбасс, вот, ну, как-то вот мы другие, мы отличаемся. То есть, когда попали вот в эту, ну, раньше мы так не думали, раньше вообще это было незаметно из-за того, что такие обстоятельства сейчас. И, то есть, теперь мы можем помочь людям, которые там находятся, потому что если бы приехал кто-то с Западной Украины или Центральной Украины и говорить, ребят, вы гоните, ребят, вы, то есть, как-то вот давайте думать по-другому, никто бы не воспринял. То есть, из-за того, что мы там свои, и мы поняли, то есть, мы смогли сделать шаг в сторону и оценить это все со стороны, То есть вот, ну, теперь какое-то новое видение, новое представление, хочется что-то делать, но говорить людям, вот, и верить в то, что вот люди на Донбассе, то есть у них есть будущее.
Лично мне понравились семінари, це було дуже інтересно. На яких виступали люди, які приїхали з різних країн світу.
Мне очень понравилось, что мы посетили Верховную Раду. Я там никогда не была, смотрела я только по телевизору, но мне очень понравилось.
Ця конференція вплинула на мене. Я вирішив, що все-таки потрібно змінювати світ, і змінювати, а потрібно починати із себе.
Я зрозуміла, що кожна людина індивідуальна і має свою точку зору.
Здесь мы научились объединяться и смотреть больше на то, что нас объединяет, нежели разделяет.
We work to promote humane and orderly migration because we believe that only that kind of migration promotes and benefits migrants and societies. And I'm the head of the counter-trafficking program. Our program is one of the biggest in the world and the biggest in Europe. We work to support the efforts of the government and civil society in Ukraine to fight human trafficking as one of the gravest human rights violations, and we work in the areas of protection, assisting victims of trafficking, prosecution, training police and the criminal justice chain to fight human trafficking as a crime, and prevention. Our program is also the biggest victim assistance program in Ukraine. We have assisted over 11,000 victims of trafficking in Ukraine, and thanks to that we have a lot of first-hand knowledge about human trafficking. That's no least thanks to the generous support of the Norwegian people provided through the government of Norway, because that's exactly what Norway supports. I would say that the projects that Norway supports within our program are the most people-oriented. Thanks to them we can provide direct assistance to victims, economic empowerment. We also can ensure access to prevention information for vulnerable populations. We do advocacy and civil society capacity building, and not just in Ukraine, but also in Moldova and Belarus through the regional programs supported by Norway. And our counter-trafficking program was sort of a springboard to kickstart the response to the internal displacement in Ukraine last year. And thanks to the flexibility of the Norwegian supports, we could take a piece of the funds allocated for countering human trafficking and provide first response to internal displacements using the network of NGOs that we have, using the approaches, the modalities of work that we had to assist the first 1,500 IDPs in Ukraine. Out of that first response, we grew a whole emergency and stabilization portfolio that have now assisted close to 70,000 IDPs, both through immediate assistance, but also through long-term integration efforts, also supported, co-supported by the Norwegian people. And that's where we provide humanitarian assistance, cash assistance to the internally displaced persons. We also work with hosting communities to help with community stabilization, to help with economic empowerment of both IDPs and hosting communities, and to improve living conditions of IDPs, both in private housing and in collective centers. Now, I've been in the counter-trafficking job for over 10 years now, and I can say that Ukraine has made a lot of progress in that area, legislatively, capacity-wise, just openness-wise and dialogue. 10 years ago we approached the government and tried to talk about human trafficking. They said, no, we don't want to talk about it. This is not even an issue. But now they're open, they're ready to discuss. If not to do everything there is to be done about human trafficking, but at least to acknowledge the problems and to have a dialogue on what we can do. Of course, there are lots of challenges, and the context of the conflict and economic crisis are a perfect breeding ground for human trafficking and other human rights violations that make large swathes of the Ukrainian population extremely vulnerable. It's also the changing nature of trafficking itself, and I can talk for hours about that, so if anyone dares to ask, I can talk more about it later. It's also the diversion of resources, because many governmental and civil society stakeholders turn their heads towards helping IDPs, responding to other issues in Ukraine. So the capacities that were earlier dedicated to countering human trafficking have decreased. At the same time, the risks for the population, the vulnerable populations themselves, have increased exponentially. So these are the challenges that we have to deal with now. And on the humanitarian assistance side, it's of course the sheer numbers of internally displaced persons and lots of vulnerabilities that they have, the issues of hosting communities that also don't have limitless resources to support all these numbers. And in this area, coordination of different donors and different actors that provide assistance to IDPs is crucial, so that the assistance is evenly spread. And one of our biggest challenges is also the local capacities, both of governmental authorities and civil society, to address both of these issues. So this is what we are dealing with now, thanks to the Norwegian support, and that's what we are hoping to continue dealing with, and we appreciate cooperation very much.
Excellent, thank you very much. And moving to the Norwegian Helsinki Committee, Mina Skøren.
Hi, my name is Mina Skøren. I work for the Norwegian Helsinki Committee, as you said. I'm the policy advisor for LGBT issues, or issues related to sexual and gender minorities. Just very shortly about my organization. We are a Norwegian-based human rights organization who mainly work on the territory of the former Soviet Union and the Western Balkans. We work with documentation and monitoring of human rights violation. We work with election observation. We cooperate very closely with local organizations, which I think is one of the things that makes us quite unique in terms of doing our project, doing our activities, and carrying out lobbying, and afterwards based on the recommendations from the local organization and the local organization's detailed knowledge of the needs of the country, as well as access to the target groups. We also work extensively on information and human rights education, so it was very interesting to see this this film, actually, because that's something we've been doing also in Ukraine for many years, providing human rights education for youth. When it comes to what we are doing currently in Ukraine, and we got these questions in advance that we should answer to what are the main human rights problems in Ukraine today, and I will try to just address two of them and the two areas that we are working with. Naturally, one of the main issues is the armed conflict and the humanitarian crisis that comes with armed conflict. This raises enormous amount of challenges naturally, but one of the issues that we are very concerned about and that we have been working with for the last 2 years is the danger of not having an adequate aftermath to the conflict that we of course hope that will end very soon. When we look at the situation in Ukraine now, it unfortunately reminds us about situations that we've been seeing a lot in other areas where we're working, and this concerns us a lot, and it has to do with, for example, the situation in the Western Balkans, South Caucasus, and of course also Northern Caucasus, that when a conflict ends, or at least calms down, the factual basis for what actually happened is absent. That means that you don't have a foundation for talking about the future, because there will be so much disinformation and cementing the problems of these different sides and different opinions on what is going on. This is why we are working with local organization here by providing methodology on how to collect information, organize the information so that it can be used for future criminal prosecution, and in general just creating a foundation so that when people start talking about the conflict as something that has passed, it will be possible to talk about it with roots in reality and not the propaganda mechanisms. The other area we've been working with, and this is maybe quite different as many other organizations, we started working with sexual and gender minorities in Ukraine before the revolution, and it was connected to the international tension that came when there was a lot of talk about this anti-homo propaganda legislation. What was very obvious for us was that the extent of the human rights violations towards the LGBT population was maybe as important as legislation itself in terms of prevalence of hate crimes, discrimination within all spheres of society, and maybe the most important thing, lack of any governmental commitment to changing the situation. What we see now after the revolution, and we really hope that this will change the situation, is that this is still the case, and that what we also see in very many other places that we work is that the human rights problems that were there before societal change, they continue to be there during the aftermath. Very concretely, what we are doing with our partners locally, which is Inside Public Organization, Nashmir, and Social Equity Center and No Borders, is to choose partners who both are able to create visibility and provide recommendations into the current reform processes, and at the same time have very close contact with the community, are very able to communicate the needs, identify the needs of all of these groups, and create very urgent activities when situations arise. They do this by documenting hate crimes, providing legal outreach, supporting local groups in the region, which are of course much more vulnerable than people in big cities, and also to provide information materials. What is the situation with the reform process is that reform processes represent immense opportunities for change. What is the problem with reform processes is that they also pose great dangers to how the situation will develop. If the reform processes do not take into account the situation that was before, for example, the revolution, then the reforms will be established without taking this into consideration, which will cement how these human rights violations will be dealt with also in the future. One example can be how I think LGBT is a very good example in this regard, because it's a very controversial issue. this became evident, especially now when the last law that was the precondition for the visa liberalization agreement was presented, was how difficult it was to adopt an amendment to the labor code, due to the fact that it also included protection of LGBT as one vulnerable group. It was a very long process, a very conflicted process, and it's actually quite surprising to see how controversial this is, that you actually consider to not be able to fill the last requirement for this liberalization agreement. The most important way of countering this situation is to work, well, that's what Norway can do, and also of course the Ukrainian authorities, is to work very hard on letting civil society be part of the processes that we're looking at now. Civil society has an unique position in terms of being the best experts, having contact and trust of the community, and being able to, on an everyday basis, identify what are the needs. Right now, the work that has been done with the Human Rights Action Plan, the Ukrainian authorities have been very good on including the civil society in the consultation processes. But now it is the transparency on how they will actually conclude on this action plan, what kind of action plan that will actually come out. The second problem with this is, of course, how they will respond with implementation mechanisms, and how civil society will be able to influence this, and also naturally what kind of real effect this will have. So this is one of the reasons when it comes to why Norway should continue to work specifically on civil society development, is so that we will actually have a civil society that can not only be a watchdog, but that can also help with assisting the reform process as such. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We need to move on, and the Norwegian Refugee Council. Christopher, Mealy.
Yes, thank you very much. Christopher Mealy, I'm the country director for Norwegian Refugee Council, or NRC for short. I'd just like to say a few words about NRC here in Ukraine, but I think this week's especially is a very good time to talk about the humanitarian needs. As some of you may know, this week the United Nations launched the Humanitarian Response Plan worldwide, what the needs will be for the most serious crises around the world, and Ukraine was included in there. So I think to share a little bit of the details about that will be very interesting, I think, for many of you. NRC arrived in Ukraine as a result of the conflict and the flow of internally displaced persons at the end of last year, 2014. We have the very generous support of the Norwegian government to launch our activities, as well as other donors. Our activities are principally focused in the east, in Kharkiv, as well as Lugansk Oblast. And we have basically, I would say, 3 areas of our focus of programs. One is emergency shelter assistance for, obviously, displaced persons, but also resident communities, particularly along the contact line, which, as many of you know, is probably the most affected area in Ukraine as concerns the conflict. We also are heavily involved in providing non-food items of assistance, fuel, for example, firewood for winter for these communities. The second large program that we have is what we call information counseling and legal assistance, and this involves teams of lawyers at legal centers as well as mobile teams which provide legal advice to principally displaced persons, but also resident communities directly affected by the conflict. And finally, particularly along the line of contact, we have water supply projects, again, for those most affected by the fighting. I think we are committed to Ukraine, to working in the coming years. I think it's important to stress that although we do implement programs directly, we work very closely with civil society, local NGOs, with local communities, as well as local authorities. And I think if I could just talk a little bit about the general humanitarian situation, because I think it's always important for those of us directly involved to advocate and highlight what the needs are. I think it's been said before, but it's critically, I think, important to remember that it was local civil society and NGOs that were really on the front line during the initial humanitarian crisis that was produced by the fighting in the East. And I think really we need to salute the efforts of our colleagues, the local colleagues here, who have done so much. And those of us who are temporarily here responding to the humanitarian crisis need to keep in mind that one of the key issues is to reinforce their capacity. In terms of what the needs are, as I mentioned, the 2016, let's say, humanitarian response plan for Ukraine was launched by the UN, which reflects, I would say, the common defined humanitarian needs by the international community and local partners as well. The request that was put in was to assist about 2.5 million individuals, mainly in the East, with a budget of, if I'm not mistaken, $298 million US, so still quite a large budget, a little bit less than this year. But I think what was stressed there are key protection needs, assistance needs, particularly for the 800,000 individuals along the contact line, both in governmental controlled and non-governmental controlled areas. And it also highlighted the particular protection needs of the 2.7 million Ukrainians living in areas not under Ukrainian governmental control, so in Lugansk and Donetsk oblasti. I think for the humanitarian community, there are the needs there, the protection needs, the physical needs. It's important to remember that what we need to do is not just the emergency assistance, but the early recovery to allow individuals and communities really to transition from receiving something to really addressing their own problems. And I think that's a real emphasis of the humanitarian response plan in next year. And just maybe one final word. One of the key problems, I think, and many of you have heard this, is access for humanitarian actors in the East. The de facto authorities limit the access to very few international organizations and local NGOs. NRC, unfortunately, at this point, was not approved to work by the de facto authorities there, and this will be a common challenge for 2016 if we really want to reach people in need. Again, thanks to the Norwegian Embassy for organizing this event.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, and we hope to return to this later with questions. But now, Freedom House and Øyvind Landemoen.
I would like to thank Norwegian Embassy for organizing this event, which is very helpful, and it really supports our idea of coordinating and learning more about activities of other very important organizations and implementers from all around the world, basically. And I would like also to thank to Norwegian MFA for the support, because as you may know, Freedom House is a DC-based international NGO, but I'm representing the Vilnius office in Lithuania, which was actually established in 2011 thanks to the support of the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We started firstly with the project and support of the human rights defenders in Belarus, but unfortunately with the deterioration or with the big changes in the region, we started and we continue to work together with our colleagues in DC and especially with our partners in the countries on projects in Belarus, in Ukraine and Moldova, and from other funding as well in Russia. I would not really go into the depth regarding our activities, because it is very similar to everything what was already mentioned. We try to work with the human rights defenders and helping them to set up the strategies. We also are trying to help on an international advocacy level, not being really or not speaking on their behalf, but just to help them to deliver the message properly, because sometimes we can see that there is this lack of the coordination, and let's be honest, officials in Brussels as well as officials in Washington are just tired of visiting and meeting small groups of people who are basically all saying the same. So we are always trying to encourage our partners, not only in Ukraine, but in Belarus and Moldova, just unite, they like come up with the strategy and, just have a group of people coming and be united. And that would help all of us, because sometimes 25 voices are not that heard as like one big voice of several good speakers from the region who are professionals and who know what they are talking about. Because, for example, us being in Vilnius, we know that if we will go to Brussels, and we will say, the situation in Ukraine is very difficult. We are not even telling you like how challenging is the situation in Belarus, but when we can go and when we can meet and just present our partners from the region, then the message is really delivered, and we hear it and we see it even from the reaction of some of members of the European Parliament who remember the meetings, and more important, they remember what the meeting was about. So that's sometimes very rare situation, especially in Brussels. Our activities are basically since 2012 with the support of Norwegians, focusing on work in Belarus with the human rights defenders in Ukraine since 2013, when we started the project with our Ukraine partner, which is the Institute of Mass Information, basically again focusing on anti-corruption issues and supporting the investigative journalists. Since 2014, we were very happy that the Norwegian MFA also supported our activities in Moldova. And just at this moment in Odessa is happening something what we really believe in, that this is the future of the support in general to the region itself. We are organizing right now the Mute on Corruption, which is the joint journalistic school for the 20 journalists from Ukraine and 20 journalists from Moldova, including Transnistria. And we believe in general that no matter if we are supporting the investigative journalists or human rights defenders, we believe in building the bridges. And being, again, from the European Union and supporting the idea of the Eastern Partnership, we believe that sometimes it is way more efficient to actually organize the study trip or meeting of the activists or human rights defenders from the EAP countries than when they go to Lithuania and they listen to the Lithuanian colleagues. Of course, this part of the sharing experience is also very important, but we really believe that nonetheless that the situation and political situation in all 6 countries is completely different. We believe that some of the symptoms are very similar, and that's why we are always encouraging everyone to cooperate.
And moving quickly then to Human Rights House and Alexander Pavlichenko.
The main task of this network is to bring together the national NGOs and under a single roof organize the synergetical activity of such NGOs. One concrete example, at the 1st December of this year, the workshop was done for the Ukrainian NGOs with the aim to bring together the so-called think tanks, NGOs, and to produce the point of view and the recommendations from civil society on the CAT, Committee Against Torture, reports and observations toward Ukraine, and it is the start of the new activity for Ukrainian civil society sector in the bringing together their experience and monitoring activities, and to join the efforts under the roof of the Human Rights House, and with possibility to represent such results, for example, on the European arena in Brussels, in Strasbourg, in other European or global institutions. I just briefly will explain what was and will be done by this network in the perspective and taking into account the current challenges in the sphere of human rights. The most important is the thing to support the civil society, especially in the eastern region that was mentioned today many times, especially in the area not controlled today by Ukraine. The lack of rules, the lack of laws, the lack of rule of laws, just general qualification of this area, and how to introduce the normal rule of lives, let's say, it's the big challenge, and it will be the question to the next sessions and discussions in the development of this human rights house. I will just, in my last words, say that we will try and bring together the NGOs from the East region, and we have also several platforms and networks like network the organized by NGOs from Donbass that produced monitoring process on the illegal detention places in eastern region, and this new organization will join this human rights house with their capacities, and it will be the mutual process of the development of capacity of human rights house in Ukraine. Many thanks to Norwegian Embassy for organizing this event, and especially for the supporting this important worldwide network of human rights houses, Europe and Central Asia countries. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And it's obvious that, again, we're just scratching on the surface of very important themes, not only human rights as such, but also the conflict and the humanitarian situation. Christopher mentioned that it was really the first time that one dug into the issues of the conflict as such. Nobody had mentioned Crimea or Donbass, but of course that's the overriding issue. It's also, in a kind of way, a relief for us, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because we focus a lot of attention on the broader implications of the conflict. It's geopolitics and all things happening in Europe around this and globally. But the issue is also to allow Ukraine to develop and work itself out of a difficult situation, and then create platforms for dealing with these issues. So all the dialogue platforms which we possibly can create is, of course, of the good. But Alexander, you have been in this area of activity for a very long time, issuing reports and so on from Kyiv. If you look at this in a historical perspective, okay, the conflict is unique in a way, but where has Ukraine moved, or from where to what? A little philosophy or history here.
It's a very good question. Thank you. I think that we're moving from the past into the future, but it's obvious. But we are moving for the better future, and well, I prepared my intervention for much a long time. The key issue is to follow the international standards. It should be introduced at all levels. It means that the understanding what is the rule of law is really should be on each level, and it will create a new country from Ukraine. How to do it? Well, it should be elaborated with the very concrete mechanism on each sector of reforms. It should be done the huge and complex reform. First of all, on the key issue. Well, my idea was to start with the national human rights strategy development that I was involved in elaboration. It's the indicator of where are the main challenges with human rights, and among the biggest challenges is the judiciary. You know, it was mentioned today in first sessions many times. With the proper judiciary, we will overcome a lot of problems, and we have to think how to introduce and make effective the judiciary system. Then strong, impartial, fair civil society should be also developed, and with support of all partners, and like from Norwegian side, from other international institutions or donors, we help to create this platform from civil society, from grassroots root level to the national one. The reforms should be not in word, but in practices. So it the main thing, and with the very concrete examples, with the good information policy, and another my last word, with the truth in all actions, because very often we have information that is not supported by the real facts. In reforms, in development, we should tell truth and be trusted to the government, to the state institutions, to the judiciary, and this process should be started, and with the good results we will come to the good future.
Thank you very much. I think these are very valid words, and you mentioned very strong words, rule of law and also the creation of a new country. This is very complex, and of course, while you do this, one should also avoid marginalizing the people who still live in the past, in a sense. Well, this is also a little philosophy, of course, but before we go to lunch, and there will be an announcement soon, Sigbjørn, but before that, the conflict has created hundreds of thousands of displaced persons, millions of the families and people affected. Is it true that the civil society, Ukraine in general, has shown remarkable resilience or ability to absorb this without? I mean, there's a theory that the government has not really adequately been able to respond, but the society as such has actually provided many essential services and smoothened some of these shocks. Is it true?
I mean, I think that's a question first and foremost for our colleagues from Ukraine, but I mean, I can state as, let's say, a guest of the country coming here, having worked in many crises around the world in humanitarian assistance. Certainly, it was definitely true. The first waves of displaced, it was local capacities, the local communities, sometimes formalized, sometimes less formalized, that received, cared for, organized assistance. I think we should be fair that in some cases there was support from local authorities that were confronted by this, so I don't think we should discount that. I think what has been demonstrated is that with time, of course, resources are limited, and that's where international partners can provide some assistance, whether it's international INGOs such as NRC, donor governments, etc. But I think we shouldn't undermine the capacity that is there among civil society, because it's very easy to say, okay, there's some large organizations, UNHCR is here, let them take care of everything. And that's, I think that's very much in the spirit of what we talked about today in other sessions, that, you know, local capacity, NGOs, civil society have to play a key role, and certainly the humanitarian community should not be undermining that. But maybe I pass it quickly to some of my Ukrainian colleagues who can comment.
Well, Marina has a remark.
Yes.
1 minute.
Okay, I would like just to say that one of the main actors in human rights issues now is business. And so I think that we need now to engage business more actively. And I know that Norway just recently adopted National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. And I think, and I will be very grateful if, for example, for the future you could plan some kind of events on sharing your knowledge and expertise how to develop these plans, and because Ukraine also needs to develop such kind of plans.
I'm sure the embassy will do that. Okay then, welcome to the fourth part, education and science. We should have had Bård Hekland from the CU, Center for Internationalization of Education in Norway. They operate a program financed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is called the Eurasia Program, promoting education or cooperation in education between Norway and universities, schools, institutions in many countries of the former Soviet Union. And Ukraine is particularly active and heavily represented in this program. When we talk about education and science, I think I need to say that the science part has been introduced partially by myself in the state budget, because I felt that education without building knowledge or new knowledge, science, research, is we would miss a big opportunity of cooperation with countries like particularly Ukraine if we did not include science. So science was in the state budget last year and this year as well. But Anatoly Burmistrov, you will lead the way.
Okay, thank you. If you could put a presentation. I will show one, usually saying that it's a big misconception of what is going on, the lack of knowledge in the context of Ukraine. And I think there are two reasons for that. One is that what we are doing is that Ukraine now is in transition, its military forces to more modern army. And I know that many of the people, military officers, will not be needed because they have solid background and they have some language problems. That means that you can see that number of potential need for retraining is really huge. And the second problem is that those officers who are fighting now, war in the East, they're coming back, and what they're coming back for. And to their pension, which is very small. This is human capital, which could be very important in Ukraine. And this is what we are doing, trying to assist them coming back to civil life. So what we are doing is retraining, meaning that officers and their family members receive training, specialization, where they can have an occupation, and also social adaptation, meaning that they change their mentality to work in the civil market. I could give you one example. One, it can be very wrong if we neglect social adaptation of military officers. Just remember Iraq, what happened there when the Western coalition has stopped warfare there and neglected the problem of social adaptation of military officers of the Iraq army. Now they are fighting in a terrorist organization called IS, which is a global threat. So I think social adaptation of officers is not only human enterprise, but also an important security measure. I don't believe that Ukrainian officers will be able to establish military or terrorist or criminal organizations because they are trained in completely different conditions, but still it's very important to remind about this problem. So what we are doing is that we provide relevant education, assistance in employment, And we also noticed that if you put more efforts towards self-employment of officers, we also create so-called multiplicator effect. Meaning that we discovered it recently that the officers who receive retraining and start their own enterprise, they tend to employ former officers, their friends. So it means that if you give the training to one person, so probably you will get multiplier effect of 5, 10, 15. So many officers receive jobs. What is important in our project is cooperation with local partners. So we try to create synergies between universities, which are main institutions in Ukraine who do retraining, as well as we connect to employment agencies, civil organizations, credit unions, and local authorities in order to create synergies for this. Here's some general numbers. You can see that retraining is also assisted by OSCE and I think also NATO. But you can see that Norwegian contribution is more than 30%. So I think this is a very important contribution of Norway to solving this problem. And what we do is that we try to create synergies, and you can see that we have a good cooperation between University of Norway and the local partners, local universities. And as well as we provide different types of assistance, not only training, knowledge, but also rehabilitation, employment assistance, entrepreneurship assistance, legal assistance, so that we achieve a goal of 100% those who went through the courses, they receive job after 1 year of completion of their retraining. But and what was also striking me while I was sitting here is that the conference name is Synergies, but we have not talked yet about synergies. At least I've not experienced that. I would like to show you that we are trying actually to make synergies. And one of the things is that we would like to involve in Norwegian partners who are already working in Ukraine in retraining, because I think we have a lot of knowledge in this room. So let's say that already today we have Norwegian Institute of Foreign Affairs, Sigurd Group, and also INACO. I'm very happy that Katinka and you just arrived from Chernivtsi and Ternopil, where they have been doing training of innovation for the persons, military officers there, and probably you can give a good expression of what you achieved. Another synergy is that when the training officers are placed in the university, they access the facilities of the universities, meaning that they can actually gain much more knowledge than anticipated just following the course. They could be a part of a big system of education, competence improvement, and the university network. We also would like that universities are not just there, but they can also be part of the bigger network. And we are now asking all universities who are members of our University Alliance to join the Norwegian Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, because I'm sure there will be a lot of interests of small businesses around the universities to promote cooperation between Norway and Ukraine in business. So here are the partners. You can see the geography is big, and we will continue to working in other areas. But this is incredible that I never have seen that one university in Ukraine has established so many relations with universities in Ukraine and Norway. And just tell you that today actually we're celebrating 1 year anniversary, and this is anniversary coming from that on December 9th last year we have signed so-called Norwegian Ukrainian University Alliance with all the partners from Ukraine who participated in Alliance project. And you can see that our rector is very happy that we have linked ourselves to so many partners in Ukraine. And actually this is important, that we are not only talking about Ukraine, but synergies in terms of developing further relations with universities. And let me show you a final slide. This is what we have achieved so far. Right after signing this ceremony in December, there was an announcement to the Eurasia Plus, Erasmus Plus program. And very interesting, 2 universities came to us and said, we would like to apply with you to Erasmus Plus program. So Chernivtsi University and Kyiv National Universities together we applied, and we got a scholarship for 10 students to come to visit Buda and stay for 1 semester. If you know that Eurasia program, which Olaf mentioned, is actually finished now, the whole application round, but still money will be not given until probably next year. And there is actually dry season for funding, no funding for students coming. But we, because of this project, able to receive Erasmus Plus money. Then we also applied for Eurasia program for cooperation with public sector economy education, with focus on accounting, budget and finance, educating young people for public sector. And here I'm happy that not only all partners, all 12 universities, we should sign an agreement with our partners of this program. We also get participation or confirmation that OS, local governmental authorities, Association of Local Governments in Norway, and Brønnøysund's registers, and our academic partners internationally would like to be part of this application and join us in case money is granted. We also have a very interesting proposal which came to us actually surprisingly, I think 1 month ago, when two quality assurance institutions in Norway and Britain, NOKUT in Norway and UK NARIC, they come to us and said, we would like to apply for KA2 Erasmus Plus capacity building program for Ukraine. Would the University of Nordland join us in this application? And we of course said yes, because we have a lot of projects and we can build up quality assurance in Ukraine. So the representative from ministries would be probably interesting to have a discussion with us how we can move this project, because participation from authorities in Ukraine is very important. We have universities with us, so now we need authorities. And the final, we also would like to apply Ministry of Foreign Affairs for a project called Competence Improvement of Public Servants, new pair project. We applied last year, but didn't get funding. We would like to continue, and here again we have very good partners from Norway. So to sum up, I really like to see the synergies. So if some of you see the potential to join us in this endeavor, so please welcome, take contact with me or my colleague Vladimir Rubtsov. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Andrei Donets and I represent European Bergelen Center here now with its national program Schools for Democracy. And I'm actually very glad to be here from the very morning and listening to all the presenters here, because most of the things that they have said our program will address. Changing mindset, developing democracy, developing anti-corruption, engagement in reforms. And this all starts from early years, from school. Because we cannot get active citizens involved into the public life all of a sudden. Active citizens should be trained. And this is what our program is doing here in Ukraine. The program is for 3 years and it foresees developing democratic culture in Ukrainian schools. It is mostly based on the Council of Europe's Charter for Education for Democratic Citizenship and Human Rights Education. And this development of democratic culture at school will focus on the whole school. So it's not only teaching for democracy, but it's also practicing democracy at schools, meaning that the program will influence the governance of schools and developing the democratic environment at schools, involving parental committees, involving students, involving teachers and school administrations into the school governance. The second dimension will be actually teaching for democracy and teaching for human rights. So the program will contribute development of curriculum. So students would be taught what democracy and what human rights are and what does it mean to be active citizen. And the third dimension is building a partnership with local communities, because we cannot build democracy in one school. It's a matter of the whole community. And it's absolutely important because students, kids, they should experience democracy. It's easy to speak about democracy, and it's easy to say that democracy is that and that, but it's difficult to practice. So this is the program aim to help children and to help all the key actors involved in secondary education in schools to practice democracy and to live in democracy. And in this way we believe that the change can happen. We will start with training of trainers, mentors who will be working with schools in Ukraine. In general, the program will address 120 schools over the 3-year period. And we hope to address few thousands of young people and teachers and parents and also community partners. And at the moment, the call for schools is open. So the schools are welcome to apply to join the program, and they will start intensive training and intensive mentoring in March next year. We are glad to have the partners who support us in this program, and they are Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. They are also Council of Europe, the Department of Education, Parliamentary Committee on Education and Science of Ukraine, and also Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I think and I hope that with these powerful partners we can succeed in Ukraine, and if those of you who work with schools, I do ask you to pass the information to schools, to local communities, that the call for schools are open, they are welcome to apply, and we will be glad to host them in March.
It's quite an honor to be here in exactly this panel, because we could in fact have been in other panels as well. I represent INOCO together with Lana Berglund. Please rise up so everyone can see you. We work with innovation and with business development and organizational development and innovation as a management skill. So since innovation is a skill that really applies to all fields of work, we could in fact we had felt at home in every panels today. We have first and foremost, we work with businesses to grow innovation culture, both in the public sector and in private sectors and within municipalities. And of course, educational institutions are really one of the important pillars of society. So we are really happy that we have been working so much also within the educational system. For many years we have been working with NTNU, the Norwegian University of Technology and Science. And we have developed programs and kind of updated innovation subjects to meet the requirements of the working place. The working place in Norway, and I think that really is the same in Ukraine, needs a workforce that is not merely experts, but is in fact what they in NTNU call the T-shaped experts. And to give you an idea of that, of what a T-shaped expert is, I would like all of you to rise up. Someone?
Okay, I'm here.
Now you are a T-shaped expert. A T-shaped expert who is really also an expert on reaching out and collaborating with other experts. And so you might sit down. And so I'm really glad that MFA has taken this, and the MFA has taken this initiative to assemble all of us, experts in our fields, to collaborate. Because Norway is a little country and Ukraine is a very large country. So if we are to really make a difference and a big impact, we make it a much bigger impact together. So this type of subject, we call it workplace innovation. We have worked in collaboration with the Lviv Business School and the Ukrainian Catholic University to adapt and adopt the course from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology into universities in Ukraine. And I'm really happy and proud of our Ukrainian colleagues that they, in only 10 months, has in fact been trained and are now able to teach this course for themselves. We have translated the content and trained the teachers and professors and teaching assistants. And that is in fact what we experienced, that the eagerness and the impatience among our Ukrainian partners to really pick up and to get going with the insights and the inspiration they gain from working and collaborating with us. In addition to this workplace innovation program and this experts in teamwork, this T-shaped competence, we have also had a program called Innovation Across Borders. It's a program for participants on an MBA level, and it's a business development program where they have attended 3 seminars in Lviv, and then they've done some homework applying the insights and innovation methods within their own field of work and projects and businesses, and then visited relevant businesses and organizations in Norway and further adapted and applied their knowledges in different fields of work, such as HR and the police department, as education for children with special needs, interaction design and design service within broadcasting, and energy efficiency, just to mention some of it. And that really proves to us that it's great to work across fields and work interdisciplinary. And like you just said, we are so grateful to be invited into your programs. And yesterday, as you mentioned, we also experienced how much you can gain by working across generations. So we hope this will be a day to connect and that we could work together to both improve, reform and innovate industries, but also the mindset within the organization and within management and organizational development. Thank you.
When I first came here as ambassador in 2006, one of the first trips I had was to Kharkiv. A large, very large city, of course, but amazingly almost 100 or maybe 100 higher learning institutions, universities, institutes of all sorts, research, and several, I think more than 200,000 students. Of course, a massive center of knowledge and research and everything, training of young people, or you have a collection of hundreds of thousands of young people studying and exposing themselves to knowledge. Of course, a huge resource for Ukraine, but it was also evident that this is a huge resource for Europe and also for Norway in that context. Now we have Anders Støland here. Maybe later in this session you could comment a little about how we try to develop research cooperation with the institutions in Kharkiv, what happened, why it failed in many ways, but that the interest is still there. So this is really an important field of activity. I know from my own career in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that Norway puts a lot of attention in international context in learning and research. We have successfully developed cooperation with many institutions, universities in Europe or in the programs you mentioned. And it has really been a benefit to us. Allowing professors, teachers, research staff and students to travel and spend time at other universities, it is really important for the whole culture of a society and plus the innovation part of it. Anatoly, you challenged namely the issue of synergy. What is it? I hope we don't need to make a definition of it, but the fact that we share information about these marvelous things is in a way a result of synergy. So information sharing, working across lines, building new contacts, and now you have already synergized. So that's ministry, Roxana.
Thank you very much. I think I will not be very original if I will start with thanking all Norway Embassy for their not only financial support, but the most important thing is understanding of our needs. That is very important for us. That they understand our needs and they are trying to help us. Not only with the conducting different projects, but they are trying to understand and help us in the most practical way. We have got a lot of changes in the sphere of education in Ukraine. You know that 2 years ago a new law on higher education was adopted, and now we have got a lot of autonomy in universities, and they sometimes I think that they do not know what to do with it. Maybe I'm not right, but now we have got a new law on general education. It was sent to the parliament, and I hope that it will be adopted. Maybe not tomorrow, but in the nearest future, certainly that a lot of changes and a lot of things, very important things, was included into this new law. All these things connected with the decentralization, with the teacher training system, changing of the teacher training system, and changing of the attitude to the different spheres of education, I mean primary, secondary, and vocational schools. But I would like to refer to the words of our previous speakers. I mean Dmytro Shymkiv and Olena Tregub. Dmytro Shymkiv was talking about corruption, and he was trying to explain us and to show us what is corruption and what is not corruption. And he presented some samples. And Olena Tregub, she was talking about civil society and about changing of the minds and the changing of the society. And I think what is in the middle? To my mind, in the middle we have got a school. Because I'm not, I'm not original, but this is a little bit of the Legerland Center, and it is called Democratic Schools, and the first page in Ukrainian it sounds Demokratія починається зі школи, democracy starts from school. And I would like to say that everything starts from school. Civil society starts from schools, rule of law starts from schools, democracy starts from schools, and we have to think about how to include all these important things into school practice. Because I just want to say a few words about I just want to present maybe one situation. Our Ukrainian guests may know it very well. We have just imagined such small situation. Teachers' Day or 8th of March. And early morning in the family, any family starts with the words, you have to give these flowers to your teacher, but I do not want. But you have to, but I do not want. I don't like her, or something like that. But you have to. Why? You will be punished with the bad marks. So, is it familiar for you? Not for all. But if we refer to the words of Dmytro Shymkiv, what is corruption, what is not? Is the dinner is the action of corruption, or sharing the chat, airplane, is a corruption? When it starts, we have to think and we have to talk about it from the early childhood. That's why it's very important for us. Such courses as different courses connected with the democratic values, with the human rights, with the dignity. We have to include it to school system. We have to teach. And we have to explain from the early childhood what is good, what is not very good. And then, because, you know, school is it's a small maybe scheme of society, because everyone is connected with the school. Why are there children? Why are there? Or somewhere, because they were in all of us were in schools. That's why certainly that it's very difficult to change the minds in one time, but we have to do it. We have to start to do it practically, in a practical way. And thank you very much for Norwegian Embassy, because they are really doing practical things. They are trying to help us in most practical. And we have got 2 or 3 projects with the Norwegian Embassy, which are really doing, and they are trying to change the minds of our people, and certainly they are trying to change for better their lives and our country as well. And Andrei Donets told you already about different things which Regional Center is doing in Ukraine and for Ukraine. And I hope that this cooperation will be very fruitful for the next years. And if you have got some questions, please, welcome.
Questions from the floor? Kim?
Yes, hello. I have a question to University in Norway. It's very impressive, your work in training rehabilitation of the ex-officers, army officers. I have a question that you train people in making business, create employment. Do you have any programs to link them with a kind of providing them the capital in order to start their business? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very relevant question. To say it like this, we first of all, when we train officers or family members, we try to identify the specialization which is relevant for their previous education, so it's easy to adopt. When it comes to capital, we actually worked with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, asking whether it's possible to use some of this funding for startups. But we find out that it was not possible. But I think Ukraine has enough money if you try to find it. And I think one of the important partners in our cooperation is credit unions. I think Ukraine has a very big potential there, and credit unions, they're providing capital to startups, and I think majority of retrained, they're becoming members of credit unions. And credit unions is a fantastic organization because it's built on trust. It's easy to get money if you, let's say, if your officers would like to open your own business. So what you do is actually you convinced 10 of your colleagues or other members of credit union that you're trustworthy, and if they vote for you, you will be personally responsible to them. You will get a grant, but if you don't succeed or you cheat, so you will have a problem with, of course. It's just, I'm kidding, but there is potential there. So I think we are benefiting very much with cooperation with credit unions. They're providing money.
Question from the floor, yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Olena Tregub. I work for the Norwegian Institute for Urban and Regional Research. I would like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for giving the opportunity to have a research component in the program, because I think it's very important, and I would make a case for doing applied research. The project that was presented this morning on local government reform has a research component, applied research, and I think there are two very important things that we get out of that, and that is an independent view from outside on policy development, and also that researchers who are used to work in a very academic way or in think tanks attached to some specific politicians or interests can have more independent way of working on applied research that is policy relevant. So we have very good experience, and I would recommend other projects to have an applied research component in their projects. Thank you.
I just want to comment. I completely agree, because research is extremely important, and I'm just going to illustrate it. In our project, we also try to make research when it's possible. And one of the research results was that we actually studied what happened with these military officers after years of being in work, after their training. And we actually studied the entrepreneurial intentions, how they differ or similar to other part of the population. And what we discovered that the officers, military officers, have completely another theory. So the modern theories doesn't fit this category of people. And there's a paper which was published in a respected journal by professors from Buda, trying to describe that actually it's not normal to society, but very often the parents will decide how well you'll be integrated as an entrepreneur or not. So I think Albert is right. It's very important to make research also kind of assessing results.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Maybe not questions, but comments?
Because I'm Olena Tregub, I didn't present myself earlier. I represent all Ukrainian National Association of Educators in History and Civic Education. And as we pointed out in this morning and during the day, the area of anti-corruption is very important for us, for all of us, and we understand that it is not a really measurable thing for Ukraine. You should understand that sometimes corruption is a part of our culture, of our everyday culture. So investigate, identify, what is it? What does it mean? Because sometimes we and our people responsible for that, it's very important to find some, minor things, minor example of corruption. And this morning somebody mentioned about teacher bribe. But the most important, there is hidden corruption, and as a systematical system, and how to combat it. So very important, if we are talking in the sphere of education, to really doing this explanation. What does it mean from Norway practice as well? How we, children, students, university, can identify this corruption, how it is in our everyday life, etc., and manifest in everyday life. Somebody cannot know what is it. If you pay doctor, that it is corruption. So I just address to you, I do not know all of you, but who are interested in this topic, we are interested to develop it, to develop educational packets, to involve target groups in it. So please come to me and let's do alliance, yes, for combating of it, because there is no another solution. But we should do everyone from very on our own level.
Was a question regarding our experience with the research sector in Ukraine. We was working with
research institutes in Kyiv in 6-7 years ago. Of course, it's very difficult to generalize about this because of big differences. But in general, one issue that we recognized 6-7 years ago was that the research institutes very much was closed and thinking that innovation was a closed process directly to the market. What we try to convince them is that to really make research into a commercial product today is by working in team, have partners externally. So this is a big challenge we are targeting now. What we do now in partnership with Seed Forum is that we start with maybe not a low-hanging fruit, but at least with the IHUBs that is making real impact. And we hope that will in a way make it also attractive for universities and research institutes to cooperate with IHUBs. The IHUB will be the arena. And of course, as was said here, this is about the new generation coming up. So we have to start in the kindergarten, so it will take time for the new generation to come up. But that means also, we think by offering training in entrepreneurship already in secondary school, high schools, universities is a key factor here. But also at universities that do research, try to establish good technological cases where professors, teaching assistants and students work together. It's very hard to convince the professors to do this, but we think this is a key success factor, and by doing this at the IHUB as an arena for it. That's the way we will do it. Thank you very much.
I would like just to react to your words. There is a very nice initiative which was launched by Transparency International, which is called Transparent Universities. So perhaps it's better to combine your efforts in this. My question to Katinka, how innovation, it's a very modern word. Many people speak about innovations and not many implement this. How to promote innovation in universities? Can you give some kind of ideas?
Innovation cannot be learned theoretically. It has to be learned through practice. So what we do is in fact to challenge the young people with some very feasible challenges in society. For instance, the parking in Kyiv, how to get around with a wheelchair when all the cars are on the pavements, or how to for instance, the taxi service. As a foreigner, I would like to have a seat belt and know that the driver has not been drinking. There are some really issues that's easy to catch for everyone, and to challenge them to come up with some solutions to this. And then we give them some tools. Unfortunately, I don't have our toolkit or book here, but we have made a very practical innovation book. It's in fact a co-writing project from Norway, which we would very much want to translate into Ukrainian and Russian maybe, but because it highlights how small kind of developments or incremental innovation can make a huge difference. And in fact, it's really, I get goosebumps thinking about it, that some of the projects from the students has been presented to the city authorities, and the students have in fact been hired just like that and asked if they could in fact start working with this. And so it's really, I'm really glad on behalf of Ukraine to see that you have so much energy and so much innovativeness among the youth. So if they are allowed to come up with solutions, they will really be the change makers you will need in the future.
As also in Norway, the word innovation is somewhat difficult and may be difficult. I think innovation is about two things. It's about the hard work of working together with people who are thinking differently than yourself. And it's about the team that you were talking about. You have to reach out and build partnerships. So in Norway we do both. In public sector, in some areas we actually split up units or specialize, and thereby also hindering our innovation. In other parts of the public sector, we do the opposite. We take the difficult task of working together. So it's basically about that. If you split up the public sector too much, you prevent innovation. If you build partnership within the public sector and partnership with business, for instance, then you build innovation. So to me that is quite simple. Do not split up, work together, take the difficult work to build this kind of cooperation.
Alexander Pivovarov, Rector of Ukrainian State University of Chemical Technology, Mr. Dmytro Shymkiv. And I'd like to add some information concerning of our cooperation with Norway University in Oslo and what we did all this time. First of all, we finished the fantastic program which called Water Harmony 1, and this international program connect some countries, for example, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Ukrainian, Belarus, and it will be very difficult to contact each other because different mentality in this country of people. And then, but during 3 years, now it is very strong team. And we now have a fantastic book concerning of water treatment, water management and other one. And the second, using of our friends from Norway, we now is participant of Erasmus Plus on 3 years. There are no any information about it, but 3 Ukrainian university, Kyiv, our university and Cherkasy University is a participant of this project. 3 years, 1,033,000 euros we received on this project, and I'm like rector very happy to see how our students will go to Norway, Poland, Germany, and these professors and lectors come to our country and to do the same. And I hope that we on a way on a new project, Water Harmony 2. And if Norwegian Parliament government gives us money for this project, it will be new, fantastic project because it will be new international. Instead, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, it will be Turkmenia, Moldova, Kyrgyzia. It's very interesting. Belarus and Ukrainian again, and we are priority in this program. And of course, I think that such cooperation it is very nice for between our countries. And first of all, I would like to say, be grateful to Norway side that help us to study our students, to gives new level of our teachers and professors. Thank you very much.
Bogdan, you had, yes.
Yes, thank you. Just actually an idea, since we have a representative of the Ministry of Education here. I have also worked with innovative science in Kyiv. I support Sturland's work and effort. I think it's very good. But I would also like to send out the word of caution with regards to institutions of innovative things, to invest, to get all that knowledge and get it applied and have international partners. there is a tremendous amount of gold nuggets within Ukrainian science. There's a lot of solid theory that lacks the resources to be applied. But in the same institutions, there's also an enormous amount of dead wood. Old professors that are drawing both salary and pensions. So as a bold challenge to the Ministry of Education, take a look at the reform of the municipal police, do a re-evaluation of the skills and the capacities and the future potential, and get rid of the dead wood and let the young people come up through the ranks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any final comments from the panel?
Yeah. I would just like to add something, because you mentioned the anti-corruption, and it has. I just wanted to say something how we have applied it into the work of innovation, because in fact innovating in Ukraine has a double challenge. You have to both build and develop new embraced services and products, but you also have to build new healthy structures and diminish corruption and unhealthy structures. So you have to work on both issues at the same time. And what we try to incorporate in our work is to deal with it as a, the term of, if you see the half empty or the half full glass. So instead of fighting what we do not want to have, we put the main focus on what we want to have instead. Openness, trust, transparency, and all that which has to be applied to deal with corruption. And it's really a challenge to work on these both issues, but that's also what makes it very interesting to collaborate and work with Ukraine.
Thank you very much. This is one of my favorite themes, not corruption, but science and research. I actually broke off an interesting scientific career and became a diplomat. I was doing research in archaeology and Stone Age ceramics. And one of the great moments was when I had a small scholarship at the University of Lund in Sweden. And I also spent a couple of months in Leningrad on archaeology. But the fact that one had the opportunity to travel and see and talk with other specialists was such a marvelous thing. So the mobility, and especially mobility of young people, is extremely important here. And educational systems as a framework for this mobility is important. I think we, and also the European Union, has made a terrible mistake by not already having lifted all visa requirements for Ukrainians. So that's just a kind of political statement from my side. I think maybe we should just organize this, that the panelists briefly talk about the projects, maybe some main conclusions, and then see if we can have a dialogue and develop the issues more than you digging deeply into each individual project. Is that okay? Yeah. So starting with Hanna Sirchina from the Kherson Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hanna, and I come from Kherson. The Kherson region has become the pilot region for implementation of the first effort, which started to be implemented in Ukraine in relevance to the clean technologies and in 2007. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank the embassy for arranging this event and for the opportunity to speak here. And I would like also to, of course, to thank the ministry for the reason why we are here. And in 2007, we started cooperating with clean technologies, and we are the chair as far as we work with business. So we became a pilot region for implementation of the program called Production Energy Efficiency, the Norwegian model, which was implemented by the Norwegian Society of Chartered Technical and Scientific Professionals, and Kherson Chamber of Commerce and Industry has become its local partner. Thus, from 2007 till 2013, we hold 6 programs, and after that we gave the stick to our Dnipropetrovsk colleagues, and they arranged for training programs. Frankly speaking, cleaner production and energy efficiency, it is mostly the training program for engineers working for industrial companies, but with reference to the profile of our region, we took the brave initiative and we undertook the brave experiment in adaptation of the cleaner production methodology to municipal and housing companies, and in this year we saw the result. One of the companies, let's say one of the graduates of the second training course of the cleaner production program became the head of Grigorivka Village Council. And after all this years, so he was trained in 2009, and since that time we knew very little about his initiatives in cleaner production or the related technologies, and last year we saw his name and we saw the project which was developed under his initiative in the list of the regional projects which were supported or which were enlisted by the regional state administration, but of course there were little chances to find opportunity to finance implementation of this effort from either the state or the regional budget. That's why the Chamber of Commerce and Industry decided to help our graduate, and so we worked together to develop the application form. And the application form was sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the idea of the project was to help in modernization of the heating system at Dmytro school, which represents a kindergarten and a junior school joined with the musical classes. And so in July we received a positive answer, a positive reply from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and happily started with implementation of the project. And so we held the competition for the contractor choice, and after that, within quite a probably limited time period, till December, we were implementing the effort in Grigorivka and Chaplinka Rayon, Kherson region, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Olaf Versis, who is also present here, who is moderating this event, and because he found an opportunity to join our grant presentation of the project results, which happened this Monday, 2 days ago. And so we have this important period till the end of December this year. Still we have some paperwork to be done. But what were the main purposes? And from my point of view, from our point of view, the most important results of the project implementation is that by modernization the heating system, we improve the comfort and fire safety conditions in the local kindergarten, because earlier the boiler which were used, it was the fossil fuel boiler called boiler, and it was located in the basement, which contradicts the safety norms of Ukraine. And besides that, thus we are promoting the energy independence of the village, and this example can be also and should be also copied to other villages and other local settlements, because thus we secure the independence of the village from the fossil fuels, because within the project they were shifting to the biomass boiler, and now they are planning to use pellets instead of coal, and 50% is going to be presented by the remains agricultural farm chips produced by local farmers and provided to the local school for free, because so parents who are the farmers, they just provide the fuel to heat the building where the children go to. And speaking about the contribution or outputs of the project, I would like to underline that the importance of improving the operational stability and efficiency of the whole heating system of the kindergarten, because this brings us to safety. And introduction of control and monitoring, which is also part of the project, will allow us and will allow the kindergarten to control the parameters of the heating system, and thus we will help the village community, the settlement community, and the children to understand the importance of environmental awareness, thus raising it. And I would like again to thank the Ministry for cooperation for all these years, and We will try to do our best as a Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who is cooperating with business and with municipal and housing sector. We will try to do our best to join our forces for better future of our region, of our land, and of our planet. Thank you. And if you have any further questions, I'll be really happy to answer them. Thank you.
My name is Yulia Shevchuk. I represent Nordic Environment Finance Corporation together with my colleague Anna Beitnis. And first of all, I would like to thank you the Ministry and the Embassy for the opportunity to network with so many successful projects here, initiated by Norway. So the concentration of really successful people and projects is very high in this room, and I hope that we all can get inspiration and continue in the same manner. NEFCO is an international financial institution established by the 5 Nordic countries. Norway is one of them. Other countries are Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and Iceland. And in Ukraine we finance energy efficiency and environmental projects. As I see from the papers, energy efficiency has the 2nd place amongst Norwegian investments to Ukraine. So for us it confirms the importance of this direction for the country. Our projects aimed at such measures like reconstruction of public buildings, kindergartens, schools, hospitals, with such measures as replacement of windows, doors, and temperature regulation. So these measures are very important both for improving the comfort for the population as well as for savings for the budget and reforms in Ukraine. We are very proud that recently we started the new program, which is a kind of humanitarian support for the military affected areas in the eastern and southern Ukraine. This program finances energy efficiency projects, but in the form of grant for these military affected areas. And at the moment we have around 16 projects directed for internally displaced persons. Of course, there are a number of barriers which we face in our work, but we are trying to overcome these barriers jointly with our partners. And we are also open to cooperation with Norwegian projects. We are ready to find the synergy with the projects, since our projects can complement your projects. And we are ready to share our good contacts established with Ukrainian local authorities and other partners. And we highly appreciate help of Norway, both for our organization and for Ukraine in general. Thank you.
My name is Kyiv Branson. I work in Petrat, and Petrat is a non-profit organization, public organization, and we work mainly with training, capacity building in the upstream petroleum sector. So we also coordinate a lot of bilateral projects in the upstream petroleum sector for the oil for development. So here in Ukraine we receive some seed funding from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to do feasibility studies and to work with stakeholders in the upstream petroleum sector in Ukraine. So it's in June 2015 we received this grant support from the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and as I said, it's a feasibility studies and to develop a full project document according to the needs of the Ukrainian stakeholders. So here we have identified suitable partners, local beneficiaries, and that is Naftogaz, and it's Ukra Gas Vidubivania. It's quite a long name, so I just used the short name UGV. And yes, and Ukranafta, and also we talked to the Ministry of Energy and Coal. So we did a fact-finding mission. Actually, we did a scoping mission in June 2015 to meet with various people here, including the law firms, Astor Law Firm, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development Bank, etc., in order to understand the needs and the problems of the upstream petroleum sector. And then we had the fact-finding mission in September, and in this mission we also met with different donors who work in to support the upstream petroleum in Ukraine, like the EU, the US, the World Bank, Canada Embassy, etc. So then we also meet with companies and talking to them and understand what kind of baseline information that we get in terms of training. And so we come up with the title of the project is Modernization of the Upstream Petroleum Sector in Ukraine through training and capacity building. So with this, we are working with Naftogaz and UGV. We also receive a grant from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to support 4 Ukrainians to participate in the PETRAC 8 weeks program recently. So every year PETRAC hosts about 50 participants from about 20 different countries, and for 2 months they stay in Stavanger and they learn about the upstream petroleum sector and all that. So we had 4 persons, 2 from UGV, 1 from Ukranafta, and 1 from Ivano-Frankivsk University. And so at the moment we just finished the program document for the implementation phase, and the activities in this project is according to the request of the companies. There is Naftogaz and UGV. So they want to do training, capacity building in management and leadership training, and also in technical training, you know, the usual thing of the upstream, like drilling, well servicing, but also they stress on the aspect of HSE, health, safety and environment, and obviously they also have some problem with radioactive waste from the oil and gas sector here. And then, but interestingly, that we will also have one component is on good governance. So good governance here is related to a lot of things what we're talking today about anti-corruption, about transparency, and also a bit of with gender, because we need more women to participate in the petroleum sector. And also they want to learn how to work with the local communities. And so this is what we're going to work with them. And so we hope very much that we will receive the funding for the implementation phase as soon as possible in the new year in order to start the project. And just some challenge here that, and also some lesson learned that we would like to share with you. Firstly, I don't know about all the sectors in Ukraine, but in this upstream petroleum sector, it seems to be like quite a lot of conflicts among different stakeholders like Ukranafta and Naftogaz and all that. So therefore we have to kind of aware about this and to have the commitment from the top management level is very important for the project. So in the project document, we said that we will have the project steering committee. So the companies, they have to put in the committee a person from the top management level, because then the top management, they would know what the project is about, and if any bottleneck, and they would help to remove the bottleneck. But the training will be mainly for the middle management level, because the top they change very often. And also the PSC, the Project Steering Committee, is a part of, to ensure the ownership of the project. But we have to be careful of not to involve so much in the bureaucracy, because the bureaucracy can be quite heavy and it could slow down the project. And one more thing I'd like to share with you is in the project, we work closely with training institution in Ukraine. So our partner in this project is Ivano-Frankivsk National University in oil and gas, because they already have quite a lot of capacity, but we will also have them. And then they also participate in the training as trainers and also as trainees, because that way then the knowledge will stay in the country. And also they have to bridge the gap in terms of language and culture. And finally, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for all the support, and the Embassy for organizing this meeting, and for me to share some of the information here, and also talking about synergy. And then hopefully that we will find some organization here who could join in terms of training. Thank you.
Hello to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you, the Norwegian Embassy, for inviting Bellona and our local partner, Center of Corporate Responsibility, they're there, to participate in this event and to share our experience with our project in Ukraine. For those Ukrainian participants who is not familiar with the Bellona, some words about Bellona. Bellona is an environmental NGO with a head office in Oslo. We also have one office in Brussels, one office in Russia, in St. Petersburg. And since autumn 2014, Bellona has established the permanent presence in Ukraine. Bellona's involvement in Ukraine's project goes back to 2012. The project was supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the result of the project was a report on CCS opportunities for Ukrainian industry and energy security. CCS is carbon capture storage, which is considered to be the critical climate mitigation technology. In 2014, we got financial support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway in order to continue our project in Ukraine. And this time we still promoting CCS technology here, but concentrating on capacity building among the Ukrainian stakeholders on CCS issues. And our goal is here to establish a sustainable CCS community. We know that Ukrainian government faces unprecedented challenges now in terms of energy reforms. And the country today should balance the creation of the energy affordable system with environmental performance and adhere to long-term European Union climate goals. This is very challenging. And all of us know that what's going on in Paris now, and everyone is waiting what will be the outcome of this meeting there. And I would like to underline that all these aggregated mitigation actions submitted by all countries is not enough in order to keep the global warming within the 2 grades. It means that additional actions will be taken, and it also will be the challenge for Ukraine. I will not talk much about our projects and events. Who is interested, you can ask me questions later. But I would like to mention that it's considered to be 3 main tools in order to start transformation to the low carbon development in Ukraine. It's energy efficiency, it's renewable energy, and we consider it CCS technology. Someone is not agree there. And we really believe that low carbon technology in combination with energy efficiency actions and development of renewable energy will manage to place Ukraine on the decarbonization economy path? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Bodan Radeko. I represent the Energy Farm Center for Bioenergy in Norway, as well as the Energy Farm International Foundation. The Energy Farm in Norway has been in business for 24 years, working as a catalyst to increase the use of renewable energy in its region about an hour north of Oslo. And as an effect, through its activities, the three rajons, similar kommune, around that center uses twice as much renewable energy in its heating production compared to other counties in Norway. It is an important element in the spreading of knowledge, practical understanding, and assists in development and efficient use of bioenergy. Here in Ukraine, we are lucky to have received Norwegian funds to implement the same idea. It is located in the southern part of Ternopil Oblast. We got funding in July, and in end of November, early December, we already had the first biomass boiler up and running in an insulated building with an energy efficiency of 90%. The core aspects of the center lies in the slogan by the director of the project, from know-how to show-how. It entails the concept of a center that is both theoretical and practical. It has a marketplace where we will gather together different types of equipment that use, process, biomass, and equipment that produce heat in a modern way, not the old log and oven systems. It is a knowledge center. We will work through the Energy Farm International Foundation and other organizations to bring together knowledge from other parts of the world that are adaptable to Ukrainian conditions, and we will use the Ukrainian technology and introduce that to other centers, other places in the world. We're working closely with the Energy and Resource Institute in New Delhi in India. It's a small NGO with 32 million members and 1,200 bioenergy and solar experts. We think that a lot of their knowledge can be useful in Ukraine. Ukraine is on the same level as Bavaria, and we know today Bavaria usually, on average, gets about 20% of their tap water heat from solar energy. This is perfectly possible here as well. In addition to the knowledge place and the marketplace, it's also a meeting place. We know it works. I know it works. I've done it myself when I created regional offices for the Association of the Ukrainian Cities all over Ukraine. You have a center, you get the local communities and the local cities around to come and to learn and to share. We will work approximately in a 100-kilometer radius encompassing Ternopil Oblast, part of Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, Chernivtsi, and Khmelnytsky. We think that is a solid base. In addition, we are also, as project implementers, we have to remember that we are utilizing and creating a project with funds that comes from the Norwegian taxpayer. We have to always think not just on what we need to do in order to implement the project by itself, but we have to also think to how we create the biggest bang for the buck, as the Americans like to say. We need to look around at what other organizations are there on the ground that we can work with. We are actively working with the Ukrainian Bioenergy Association, UABO. We're connecting them up to the Norwegian Bioenergy Association, NOBO. But this organization is really working hard to change Ukrainian legislation. It's our tool to work with them to show that the practical work that we do on the ground working with municipal authorities, rayon authorities and oblast authorities. One of our projects, parts of our project is to develop a bioenergy plan for the county. That will become an example for other counties as well as for oblast, and we will want to distribute that through different organizations as well. In addition, we are smack in the middle of 7 or 8 cities that are members of the Association of Ukrainian Energy Efficient Cities. They have a very good pipeline into EU funding. They are members of the European Covenant of Mayors, and they have done also excellent work. We want to take the mayors in our zone of action to see what the mayor in Olena has done, in Ternopil, Ivano-Frankivsk, and so forth. So we're constantly looking for multiplier effect of the practical projects that we're doing in Kyiv, southern Ukraine, southern Ternopil Oblast. One last thing I just want to say. Right in the south of that oblast, it does not have gas, and it's bordering a natural reserve, and they're using coal, mostly coal, to heat. So right next to a natural reserve, to a natural beautiful park area, you have village after village heating with coal. We hope to change that through this project. It is very practical, it's very concrete, and by the next heating season we will have about 1.5, maybe 2 megawatts worth of heat ready to be utilized in many municipal buildings and schools and old nursing homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're ending the program for today, but actually this area is where I'm particularly working now, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we saw the Per Øyvind's scheme, energy sector support from Norway to Ukraine. Energy efficiency, renewable energy support is part of that. Also support for the overall reform of the energy sector, but particularly then oil and gas sector. Business-to-business cooperation in the energy field. And also we are supporting nuclear safety activities programs in Ukraine. I joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs 35 years ago. And I must say that this part of activity is so interesting and so successful in its phase now that it's definitely one of the more very interesting things I've been doing in my career. And I think in this area of energy efficiency particularly, we are almost beyond the area of the phase of understanding what's going on. We are almost on the level of being able to really implement projects. And that's not only because of Norway, but because of the changes in Ukraine, both on the legislative level, but also on the initiatives taken on local level. And this goes back a little to the decentralization issue we also touched upon, because many municipalities and cities, towns now have resources and have the initiative to implement, and they're forced to doing this. They are, and also in the housing sector. The experience with NEFCO and with the Chamber of Commerce in Kherson and many other places, Kyiv and so on, is that it's possible to do this in a very efficient way, dealing directly with the people and managers and the local communities and local authorities. One doesn't necessarily have to deal with huge programs in Kyiv. But we see that this kind of bottom-up approach has its benefits, and it produces showcases. So no case and knowing case and the showing case part of it. I hope that we will be able to continue these programs next year. There is an element of financing. There are thousands of projects which can be easily implemented now, and there is Ukrainian funding available, but it needs to be kind of organized, perhaps with somebody going in and creating the critical financial mass. My hope is that Norway, in some respects, could do this. Norway is an energy nation, so is Ukraine. Norway is not a member of the European Union. This also sometimes helps here. And some of the solutions we have found in Norway in the energy area is definitely of great interest to both the Ukrainian government and experts, and also the local communities. We are experts in some areas, but not in all. In oil and gas, definitely. There's a lot of technologies and experience which now Ukraine will be able to tap into if we can implement Petra's project, this one element. But it goes to the core of issues. How does one manage a state sector like these large, huge, tens of thousands of people work in Naftogaz and Ukrgas with Vanya, producing gas. The point from our side is that, we share this view with others, of course, it's to reduce Ukraine's energy consumption, make energy consumption more efficient, more profitable, and also to increase own production. There is a lot of energy resources here, oil and gas mentioned, but also huge renewable resources. And by combining all these elements, Ukraine has, I think, a bright future. And I think it's a great honor for us all to be part of this, and we hope that it will also succeed very visibly in the future. Any questions or comments from the audience? Maxim?
Yeah. Thank you very much. So since our university was mentioned twice, I decided to say a few words. So I have to thank you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they supported us not the recent years. This is, thanks, separate one, but when we were supported 8 years ago, first we were approaching master program in energy efficiency, so we call it, it was a kick in the ass for us. So after that, without no additional support, we accredited the master program in energy management, participated in many projects funded by others. We created a sustainable injection plan for our city, which is, then they ask the NEFCO for the credits, and sometimes they ask us to consult in bottlenecks. So university itself, we decreased the energy consumption by 50% with this knowledge and capacity. And the synergy now is that International Fund for Social Adaptation, we run the same training, and the Petra, and we foresee more outcomes. So the synergy takes time sometimes.
I think what you've done today is very, very good effort. I mean, idea. I've been in this aid business for far too long, but you have now a list that you printed out of a summary, very good summary of all the projects that you have. I don't like to give the embassy more work than they already have. I know they're short of staff and little time. But if there is a way that it can be put on a page on your embassy or somewhere else where you can go in and you can see, because I think it's very useful. Today I'm left with lots of potential links to your existing projects. But today is the first time I've seen the efficient summary of all the projects. And I think that will facilitate our ability to create more out of each project. I didn't know that much about Kherson before I came here. Now I do. I know more about the essence of the Nordlands project. I see a potential there. I think that if you can do that, put it somewhere where we can go, we can look at, and we can be aware of anything that's updated, that would be a great thing.